everyone. Hello. I don't know what it is the timing today. We got like 10 seconds left, so I gave 10 seconds before the ads break up, but I'll say hello to the people on YouTube. So, hi, Wally Thomas. Welcome, Tom Lins, I think. Welcome to stream, and you all should be back from the app now. So let me go ahead and start that timer. On Twitch's side of things, we have Nappa and Frost and Pinoke, I think. You can correct me again. It'll take me a second to get it right, but eventually. We also have Tward, maybe? Again? Please correct me if I'm wrong. We also have Christopher, and we have... Ikuno? Maybe. I hope you're all doing well, though. I hope your week's gone well. It's either the end of the week for you or maybe the start of the week. Some people consider Sunday the end or the start. So which one would you say it's for you? And let's see. Era speaks incredibly fast, and it itches my public speaking brain in the right way. The issue is, I either speak very clearly or I start butchering my words, and then we have issues. Oh boy, right this time? I think. Silk Sonic in 3rd base? I've heard so many good things about the game. Well, about Hollow Knight and Hydrate. Sure. I have much water here. Much water. See? Lots of water here. And hi, Emmy the doll. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Let's see. I did read that. And John, no, it's right that way. How are you, Ayers? I'm doing great. I'm doing excited. It's always a fun day we get to program. And can we have a Hollow Knight stream one day? Probably not, for 2 reasons. One, I try my best to only play pixel art games. So if it's a pixel art game you can think of, I wouldn't mind adding it to the list, as once we finish up refactoring, right now I'm using 2 days of my 3 days to stream to refactor. But once we finish refactoring, we'll try playing Amori. That's next on the to-do list. Celeste, I have played Celeste. I am so horribly bad at it. I couldn't get past level 3. You wouldn't want to watch me playing Celeste. Lower the resolution and then it's pixel art. That's not the first time I've heard that before. And hi, is it Kilak? Maybe? Hello, welcome. I can try again if you'd like. And you inspired me to get back into Godot, working on unit test all day yesterday. I'm glad then. I hope you had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And let's see. And then we have issues. Oh boy, and I need to watch you play Celeste now. No, you don't. I'm telling you, it is a struggle. I don't even know I know the level's possible that I'm on, but I don't understand it. Platformers aren't really my thing. And so not only is Hollow Knight not pixel art, but it's also just not my type of game. I think they were called Metrovanias. I don't remember what those are called or what that entails. I think, let me see. No, I've been told it's a Metrovania, but it's just not my type of thing. And I can't say, I think Shovel Knight's also a platformer Metrovania, and I've enjoyed Shovel Knight. So maybe it's something else, but Shovel Knight gives me a sort of retro-y feel, and I've been playing Shovel Knight. Hollow Knight, I got it within the first week of it coming out, so I got it all the way back, but it never really clicked. And hi, Curso. Hello. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Let me get more water for that hydrate. I don't think I ever did that. My apologies. Right, water. Okay, water achieved. And, okay. Tachieri? I think? Tachieri, maybe? Welcome back. Hello. And sometimes you gotta watch a game rather than play it, right? The thing is, depending on the game, for example, we tried FNAF once. I'm not sure how we're gonna do for this Halloween, but
Terraces_ just followed.
Thank you for the follow to Terrace. Maybe. You can tell me how close I got. Thank you for the follow, and welcome into stream. That timer is up, so why don't we get into things? And hi, Mr. Big. Welcome to stream. Welcome into you as well. A lot of new faces here. It's very exciting, and a lot of familiar faces. Also very exciting. I'm happy to have all of you here. I hope you'll have a lovely time. Let's go into planning here. Alrighty, so today is days of days. Shouldn't be too bad, too off the what's the word? Too off the brink, too off the edge, too off the something. I can't quite recollect it. And always a welcome morning with a new face. Indeed. we're going to do the pitch, then we're going to talk about the recap, what I've been up to since yesterday, since we did this yesterday, but we're doing it more today, as I have been making my game for over a year now, and there's a lot of old code that needs to be removed or updated or tweaked. So right now, since my game is in a fairly stable state, the prototype is being debugged and also refactored so that it's easier going forward. And debugging session from yesterday was good. Yeah, it was good. I got a lot of work also off stream after the stream ended, so I'm excited to show you what I have. Saying that though, you all stay right there. Don't move. I'll be right back, okay? So, what a weird place you seem to have found yourself in. What expected to be some sort of elevator is not an elevator. Instead, you seem to be at the brink of a ship, one might say. And, you know, since you're here and I'm here, we might as well get acquainted with each other. So, why don't I make myself a county bar? Maybe, but maybe. I'll have you know I thought of this within the last 10 minutes. Without further ado, welcome to the elevator pitch. The elevator pitch.
Cactus subscribed on YouTube.
Thank you for the subscription, Cactus. The elevator pitch is a section I like to do at the beginning of my stream, where I spend 1 minute, 30 seconds, 45 seconds attempting to pitch my game to you. And what is that game? None other than Necrotype Cafe. I'm about to walk the plank. I'm matey. And in case you didn't notice, so, I have if you don't agree to my pitch, not that it's a threat or anything, but you might have to walk the plank back there, I'm just saying. So, once that timer up there reaches... I can't get ahead of myself.
Cake Dog 999.
Thank you for the follow, Hank Dog. Welcome into stream. The elevator pitch is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where I attempt to pitch my game to you. It is an attempt to, if you've never been here before, get you up to date on what my game is about. Also for people who maybe haven't been here in quite a second, and also for me to get better at explaining my game to you. So once that reaches 45 seconds, I'll do my best to explain the game as the name of the game. Hack Dog, welcome to stream. I can answer your question in 1 second. Aye. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who's sent to a prestigious wizard academy by her family of necromancers. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. She wants to become a baker, a chef, and the idea is that you spend time in a cafe, you make your own cafe in a back part of the area, back part of school, and you serve your fellow wizard customers. How do you do that? You have to craft spells, you have to summon food to serve your wizard customers, and you do this periodically by getting more flavors, more products, and you serve them to the customers through rhythm typing. It is a rhythm typing cafe game, and the idea is that by the end of the semester, I tried! Oh boy! I'm sure that sold you, but if not, you have the plank to walk behind! The music you're currently hearing is one of the winners of the music jam I held the other week. And let me double check on the name, make sure I can say it correctly. This music is brought to us by Sanapa, who contributed, and this song will be in the game. This will be one of the songs you have to type to, as it is a wizard class called the Necromancer, and they're all piratey theme, and we're speaking Jack Sparrow with these ones. And is this the Piratemancer ship? I feel like, oh, I don't know yet, but we'll see. I hope you all enjoyed that, though. Saying that, give me 1 second, I'll be right back, and I gotta go get this piratey outfit off us. Now we're moving to programming. 1 second. So, if for whatever reason that wonderful pitch didn't pitch the idea to you, if you weren't sold, consider trying the game out for yourself. The prototype is currently up on itch, and let me make sure I didn't miss any messages. I tried my best to keep a straight face. Oh boy, let's see. Anything I missed? And the eye is back. It was a temporary thing. Let me do exclamation NECROTYPE, and that should give you that. So you can go play it through that link. It'll bring you to this page here. And let me make sure I also copy and paste this into YouTube. And sold! We were completely plundered! Good! I'm happy to hear it. Let me copy. Let's see if I can do it. And then paste this onto YouTube side of things. There you go. And there you go. There we are. Lovely. So saying that, let me show you the prototype that is currently out. If I go ahead and, let's see, mute this guy first, make sure that guy is good to go. Oh, actually I have to mute it on my side of things. Mute you, close you, bring you all the way up, make sure you're full screen, go back to this guy, make sure you're full screen, hide, show, and that's a little bit too big. Let's see, make you a little smaller, and then smaller, and then smaller, bigger, yeah. And then one more, and then one more. Lovely. Okay. I think we're good to go. Let me make you smaller again. Then from there, let me make sure the audio is also audible. And there we go. And I'm going to go write Valve a strongly worded email for not letting us wishlist Necrotype Cafe yet. After the sales pitch. The thing is, it takes a lot of work to get the game on Steam. I was able to, through the gracious people on Twitch, able to get money enough to put the game on Steam, but learning how to do the banners and things like that, I have not touched it yet. I'll touch it once the prototype's complete. And I'm sorry to be annoying, but I wish to be, name is Crystal. Thank you for giving me the name. I can, I can't check right this second, but I will, let's see. Copy this, paste this, that way it can be, let me copy this, make sure we're all good to go. Yeah, I'll copy this, paste this, we'll see what's going on with that. Moderators, can someone please look into this? There we go. Okay, I can't look into it currently, but I added my moderators. So if anyone's on, they should be hopefully able to get that settled away. There we are. Okay, we're good to go in that aspect. And I know I've seen a lot of people struggle with it a bit. Yeah, it's a doozy apparently, which is not surprising. I feel like it is a lot of work to get your game up on there. Right now though, its current home is on itch. So let's go ahead, click on X here and click on calibration. So we can go ahead and calibrate her. Let's see, space, 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 space. Thanks so much. Thank you for bringing it to my attention again, Cursed Soul. I completely forgot. Hopefully, now that I've added the moderators, it should be a lot easier. As will I forget, they very much often remember. And have you done the Steam integration yet? Like the achievements and save data? No, I have never touched anything Steam and uploading related. This is the second game I've ever made. I've been making it for about a year now. The first game I made was made in 24 hours and not in a day. Anytime I worked on it, it was... And what was it? Anytime I worked on it, I started to stop watching. Hi, Eska. Would you mind checking on Discord to see about Cursed Soul's concern? And it's a good thing we can hear the game this time. Yeah. So we can go into the game here, and you can see we are in the little cafe. Keep in mind, a lot of the art isn't set. Everything is prototype still. So right now we're working on the mechanics. I'm fixing the mechanics and making sure things are clean. So we can move around with the arrow keys. We can go up to a customer here and take their order. And the customer's going to go to a seat and think about what they want to order. So we gotta let them think about what they want, do their thing, and then we'll be able to serve them. So we can sit here, and once they're ready to order, you shake their little hand, and we can hold down space to open up the book. And this book here will show us the orders. And I saw the message there, can try to figure something out. Thank you, Eska. Thank you, guys. I really have been just forgetting. Oh, never mind. This guy's fixed. Never mind, it's not fixed. I forgot about this until now. Let me make a note of that as well. Let's see. Go into... Well, I am in Obsidian. Okay, I'm just gonna have to remember. Box not working properly. You should not be able to do this. Outside of the box, though, you can see here that it's pink, purple, and then some sort of icon here. And hi, the House Gremlin. Welcome back to stream. Welcome in. I can go here and sweet, since it's pink. Sweet stands for pink, and bitter stands for purple. So we need a sweet, bitter cake. And I like the sound effects. I don't know what triggered them, but it was nice to hear them be different pitches of the same sound. Oh yeah, I did hear about that from like a game dev tip. Make sure the sound effects aren't too similar. Just a little bit of pitching change can help a lot. And Box is a ghost. The thing is, I can't walk up, but I can go through it. Maybe I'm the ghost. Let's see. There are products here. We can grab a cake. So I'll go ahead and grab the cake, place the cake down, and then we hold Q to start the spell casting. So let's go ahead and give her a whirl. And half ghost then? You know what? The lore goes deep. It wouldn't. Maybe that's why she's such a good necromancer. Here you can see, this is where you type the letters out once they appear in the center. Then once this bar is complete, the spell is complete. And if this bar fills up, so if you do a lot of misses, then the game is over. You're tongue-tied. You weren't able to cast the spell. So let's give her a try. Close this here and see. Well then, so I will direct your attention to possibly where it does work, as that's not supposed to do that. Hence why the game is certainly still in prototype. Let's try and see if this works. Weird. Okay, well, seems we're gonna have to bug fix words, and then, but I can show you through here how the game's supposed to work. So let's see. Restart spell. All right. P B Y space T H E space T U M T U M comma space A N D space S T O O D space I N space T H O U G H T period. And like that. And no cute spaces of skull. Yep. It's such a charming detail. I'll then show you what should happen once the spell is complete. So if we go into finalize here, that's the spellcasting minigame. Let me show you the rest of the game itself. If I can bring you into Godot here. And let's see. You should be able to see it. If I click play here, I'm curious to see if it's gonna break in game in Godot itself. So let me go ahead and make you here. do you here, then do you here. You should be able to see it now. And let's see, coded as a ghost. And let's see, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it was coded as a box. I'm once again echoing Khan's suggestion of making a debug mode for your game to save you on having to test each thing manually. Can you elaborate a little bit? And let me grab that name. Sazua? Maybe. I can try again, but thank you for the follow. Welcome into stream. Could you elaborate a little bit, Frost? And same thing happens to me. I was so confused. Oh, that's never good. Thank you for testing as well, Mr. Big. And I've got footstep sounds. I need to add more, but adding pitch variation is a great way not to irritate the player, and make it seem like there's a lot more sounds. Yeah. Pitch changing is good. Let's see. Let me make sure this is good here. Music is up. You should be able to hear the music well. Let's go into the cafe again, kitchen. And I just want to see, in this version of the game, are you still buggy? Let's try. Let's test. And syncing of the typing with the music rhyming is nice. Some kind of frequency peak detection. Can you elaborate a little bit? That sounds like a neat idea. I just don't quite get what you mean. Let's see. Okay. So for some reason, oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's see. Main menu. Go into test level. Default level. Yeah, let's go into here. Test you here. I'll get to your order in just a second. Hold on. I'm testing something. And so Conrad was saying about how much healthier his game dev experience was when he incorporated a debug tool to help him run through the bugs he fixed. I have debug tools. The thing is just, maybe I don't have enough or something of the sort. I can show you a few. So it's working on here. Let's run through the tutorial too. Let's see. Because right now, this version I am in currently, and I uploaded this direct version just about 20-ish minutes ago. So it should be fine. Sweet bitter cake is what they're ordering. Let's grab that there, sweet bitter. Let's see. Sweet, bitter, and then cake. Cake. And are you going to bug out? Because then that just means it's a tutorial issue. Close. Oh. I think we found the bug. Lovely. Okay. Hold your horses. Let me click on play music here. Let's fix this very quickly. I think this was a thing that happened due to the refactoring. So let's fix this, see if we can get it working. And also improve the audio sync tool. You can talk to him about what he changed later. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. And volume variation too. Ooh, that's a good idea. Volume variation. Hi, Malphabet. Welcome to stream. Refactoring? Yeah. Refactoring today, and also apparently bug fixing. I can also say I ran into this bug. If any of you who play or who use Godot know what this even means, it doesn't seem to break the game currently, but it's a big angry red box and it won't tell me where it is exactly, so I can't figure out where to go to look for it. And it was figured out by Lusk, but you gotta do the thingies. I'll check during ad break, Eska, but thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I'll check during ad breaks, and did read that too. Okay, current spell random, flavor parser, flavor grid, get flavor. Is it because well, actually, I don't know. Why are you angry? Parameter value is null, error, returning error, condition error, attempted to get an object into oh, this is more things. It's not even my friendly emotional support red lines this time. They're very spicy ones. They're very angry. And does the double click the anything? Do you mean this? I still don't understand what this means. Method function failed and core variant array 243 add a sign. It's not really giving me any information unless this is the information you're looking for. Let's see. I should be able to bring this up, and happiest error log reading I have ever heard. Here we are. I mean, I don't like bugs, but they're gonna happen. I would much rather refactor, but this is a big angry bug that does not want to go away. We have GDScript, color thread can't call this function. Yeah, these guys are new. They weren't there before. And where's the desperation? Where's the devastation? You can't hear it in my voice? It's there. It's just not easily heard. Let's see. Okay. For some reason, the spellcasting desk doesn't like it when we're in tutorial mode. It doesn't agree. Dishmaster spell, that's what I'm guessing this guy is angry at. If we're using this as the idea in the game is that there is a tutorial dish that you have to do. And if hi, Retector, I believe. Welcome, Mr. Retector. Welcome back to stream. And debugging ASMR, chipmunk version. And remembered about your stream and came back. Well, welcome back. I hope you have a lovely time here. The way my game works is I have a dish that exists out of bounds. This is the tutorial dish. So this is the sweet bitter food that you have to do, the sweet bitter cake. This is how I set it. And what the game does is it checks to see if this is if your dish that you plan to put on the desk matches that tutorial dish. And I'm guessing that's why it's angry and sells them eventually. And Iris is a real champ. So she has the desperation and devastation, but she also has a laughs and solves the problem rather than yelling at it. I bring Godot to therapy. We talk it out. I bring it to lunch. We discuss things. You know, it usually has a problem and it just doesn't want to elaborate on it. You gotta pull it out of it. And let's see, we have to break the bounds to eat it. Maybe I should just put it in a glass case that you can never access. Let's see. So it has tutorial dish. Okay. I think this is the issue. Let's pause here. And then let's go here and click on play. And get in a fight with Iris. 2, 3, 1. Get in a fight with Iris. 2, ... 3, free lunch. How could she do this to us? Sometimes sacrifices have to be made. It's called the goal. It's like your first dollar you put up on the wall of your job. That's the idea. And I bought a bunch of plugins and stuff from Unity, and I really miss Odin Expector, but Godot is still my engine of choice. Ooh, I know I've bought plugins for different things in the past, and I then never end up using the plugins. And it'll be like a flying consistency bumping against the glass container. Fly consistently, failing to get it though. Oh boy, just leave a little dink, dink, dink. Oh, the idea is just like the dink, 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 dink. How adorable. Let's go ahead and put this down, bitter down here. Just very quickly seeing if we can figure out this bug. Aha. Aha. Okay. So, let me do you here, because it is in this area that it is angry at. It has 8 errors, and we must persevere. With enough fly comrades, we can eventually break through that glass container. It must be eaten. You know what? I give you, what is the word? Yeah, your perseverance is admirable. Maybe it can be an achievement where if you bump into it enough, so if you enter and exit the bounding box, it eventually breaks as like an Easter egg. Let's see. Open up you here, grab you there, put you there, and YouTube friends, share your energy with me. Alrighty, let's see. It already has errors. Huh, okay. Well, this is new. All of this is new. Color thread. Let's look at it. Interesting. So the bugs even happened before any of this. What if we do this guy here? Does it still give us errors? I'm curious. For some reason, it's only the tutorial that it gets angry with. Everything else is fine. But then again, we have been refactoring, so code has been getting removed, added, tweaked. So I'm not surprised. And oh, that's odd, isn't it? It's something to do with the tutorial dish itself. And the game needing to pull the data is my guess. And we still have errors already. Cannot assign content of array object. Hold on. Click on play, go to tutorial. Does it just have any bugs when I enter the tutorial? And hi, Les, welcome to stream. And is it only the tutorial? Yes, it's only the tutorial. Because I can go into spellcasting in the tutorial, and it doesn't work. I can go to spellcasting into default or my tester one, and it does work. Hold on. Tutorial. Because I also was messing around with the levels, so maybe, if I can spell tutorial, any of you guys, Necromancer, sweet bitter, this all makes sense. This all seems like valid information. And I see that's odd. Yeah, seems like you're trying to reassign a variable that is typed with something not typed. Maybe. If I click this guy, no errors, no bugs. You here. Yeah. I'm wondering because I really didn't touch anything tutorial related. But maybe it was a waterfall sort of effect. And maybe the Necromancer has become a ghost. And this is supposed to be not even a person. It's supposed to be a wooden construct from Necromancer. I'm thinking maybe it's a wizard class that can make these golems that go around helping people. They're the constructors. Yeah, constructors. They make them. So, but what'd you call it? A constructor-mancer? Something like that. Let's see. Place. Okay. So it happens. No bugs yet. The debugger still says 2. I hold this guy down. It starts the activation, and then I click close here, and then we get bugs. So it happens on run spell casting. Something, it is happening here. Let's go to you, find you, start spell process, run spell casting. Try that there. Let's break it to where it, before we even go in the function. See how well it does there. Let's go here, move around a little bit. Now, I would like to have some sort of debug tool for example, the tutorial, but I'm not sure how you would do it since the tutorial locks you. For example, I can't go here and the game will break if you try to currently go past the tutorial bounds. So to make it so you can't go here yet, I added a wall until you decide to do things, and now no more wall. So I maybe that is a thing on my end where the architecture needs to change, which I don't mind at all. That's why we're here, for refactoring, for restructuring, and things like that. Nancer. Golemancer. Golemancer. I like that idea. That's a cute one. Cake here. You there. Hold down Q. What are we getting now? Let's see. Okay. Close. Okay. So even before we start the spellcasting process, it's still angry. Start spellcasting process. Run spellcasting. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We'll remove you then. We gotta go out of this guy here. Find him. So let's go ahead and enable our music and go back another step. We're just going through layers here like onions. Let's see. You are here. Start spellcasting process, connect. You are a spellcasting desk. Start a spellcasting process. And I'm going to guess it happens during the player. So let's go into the player here. As the player commences when the spellcasting happens. So if we go into their code, at the very top, we should see where it says start spellcasting. Here we are. Update spellcasting requirements. It gets emitted about here. If can cast spell, all of these guys here. So we'll leave it to here. I think this will work. Spellcasting panel show. Yep. Okay. Try it here. Because if you can cast spell, let's see. Player has met spellcasting requirements, but dish is still on table. No, that's not what we want. We want spellcasting start panel show. Yeah, let's see. It's something here. Charge. Oh, spellcasting timer start. Run if meter is full. Start spellcasting process. I see. You are here. Let's do that there. If meter is full, set the meter. Yeah, if show tutorial. Yeah, there we are. Okay. Let's try here. Maybe. Let's see how well that goes. And I can see why Sega Genesis devs used to keep debug modes within settings in the main menu. I have, as I said, a few, but it's the thing of not many. Usually what I have is I'll have a screen pop up to say what mode you're in currently, like for levels or things of that nature. I have prints in place for other areas, but like here, this is my debugging tool currently, where I can type in certain commands and have certain things happen. And let's see. Yep, you're there. And oh, music. We don't need the music anymore since we know something's off in the game. And reassign a variable. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if we can figure that out. As I'd rather have as few red lines as possible. And oh, console debug tools are so wonderful. Yeah, I wanted something like Minecraft. That's what first came to mind. And I was able to find something, so I'm super happy. Let's go ahead and do you here. You here. Cake. For example, here. How could you automate this? I guess you could do a button and say place items from tutorial, something like that. And currently, if you type chaos in the main menu, screen enables debug mode. It's super secret ultra mode. No, hold on. Okay, so the bug hasn't happened yet. You can see it's not 8 errors yet, but we're still having the other one of the array cast object, but it really still doesn't give me anything. It's not crashing the game with these guys, but I don't know where they come from. I only updated the customer spawning, but I've also tried disabling and enabling scripts, and I am lying. Truly, what we'd expect from a lawful good streamer. Yeah, lawful good. I agree. Let's go into our, let's see. Ooh, okay. This is Ghost. The ghosts aren't in the game currently, so this doesn't mind. It's all right. This guy there doesn't matter. He's not actually enabled. Let's go into our stack trace and go into enter. So currently, if show tutorial, that's true. So we do emit start spellcasting tutorial, and then first time doing action, reading spellcasting tutorial equals false. Okay, so let's go into step into. Still 2 errors. we emit a signal, and then we do enable tutorial. We go through, set the pages, open up the page, update the labels. Yep, so far so good. This makes sense. We're just updating UI, error still 2. Yep, and allow book to open, and then we can go ahead and have the book open. So if not utility, current game players can move. Yep, all of you guys here. So I think the game should have it open. Yep, and from there, you would click close, or it ends. And once that tutorial guide ends, I think that's where we have to look next. So, and is there a way to clear out the red dots? Like a way to clear out these skip breakpoints? Oh, never mind. Is that the breakpoint? Oh, nice, never mind. I figured out my own question. There's a list of them here, which is nice. What we'll do is we'll go into that spellcasting tutorial. So fine, and then we have this guy here, and let's see. Spellcasting, select the screen, you here. Yeah, there we are. And I'm gonna guess it's going to be a signal of some sort. And we expect from our lawful good moderator. Yeah. Let's do TUTORIAO. So spellcasting tutorial scene, that's this guy right here. This is what shows up for the tutorial. And my guess is that it has something related to when this guy says to start the game. So let's go into here, the spellcasting tutorial scene, and what do we have? Let's see. Set pages, flip pages. Yep. On start spellcasting pressed, we go here. Okay, so let's try that as the breakpoint. See where we're at. See how well we fare. I think that's where it's calling it at. And let me also make sure the music overall is muted, as it's not needed for right now today. Let's see, Godot. There. Lovely. Okay. Let's go into here, go into, well, you can't speedrun this guy currently. And the thing is, one issue I've run into is I'll make a debug tool, but then the debug tool breaks or it doesn't work the way a real life interaction would work. So you end up getting results from the debug tool thinking that it's all good, but then you actually play the game and it works completely differently. That's something that you have to make sure you get right about the debug tools, as they can also break. And if they break, then you think, oh man, the game's broken, when in fact it's just the debug tool. Then we go ahead and hold down Q, click on close here, and okay, still no errors. We're all good to go. So now we do enabled, false, hide, allow player movement, and then we start the spellcasting process. And when the debug tool breaks, so you gotta debug the debug tool? Yeah, that's something that has happened before. So let's see. Step over, as I think it's the start spellcasting process. Enter. As soon as we enter this guy, we get errors. And there's no in between. It just happens. And I've been there before, yeah. Let's see. Parameter value null. Attempted to get pointer to an object of type dictionary key that does not inherit GDScript. Caller thread cannot call this function in node, game object, spellcasting desk, platelist plate. Use call deferred or call thread. Condition error, size input, condition okay. So is it something to do with the plate? Is my guess? Possibly? And how many lines of code did you make? What do you mean exactly, Cursolus? I do have many. And do you have things async? What do you mean by that, Emmy? Would you mind elaborating a little bit? And recursive debug? Is it recursive? I'm still trying to learn how to read the error tools and things of that nature. But recursive, multiple threads, I have never heard of that. Can you elaborate more? As that sounds interesting. I don't know what threads are though. More things running at the same time? They shouldn't, because the idea is that we have signals. So once one thing finishes, something else finishes. And does Godot have async await? I don't know. I've never heard of these magical words you're using. Let's see. From here, call this thread. Call this function. So it's something to do with this function. And let me move you down here, and all of them. Yeah, you gotta elaborate a little bit. This project is old. It's old. And so when it says use call deferred, it means that something's being called into a thread that shouldn't. Okay. Use call deferred or call... Oh, it won't let me see the whole of these guys. Use call deferred or call thread group instead. Condition is accessible from caller thread is true. Returning variant. Where is this happening at though? And like running UI code outside the main thread? And the recursive thing was a joke. Oh, I see. And yeah, async would give you a race condition, which would explain the error. And hi, by the way, and Wolo, maybe? You can tell me again and I can try. But welcome in. And let's see. Multi-threading is a way to make things run faster. Oversimplification. Utilizing available resources during downtime for other sections of the code. Interesting. It could be something internal. It's gotta be something internal going on. This code was working up until yesterday. So it was functioning, and I did something, and it's not happy anymore. And I'm wondering what that thing is. Start player process, start spellcasting process. Player has activated spellcasting. Something here. I'm curious as well, if we just do this and do pass, does it still give us the error when we come into this tree? I want to see, because that will let us know something in the function is angry. And hi, Fluffy, welcome to stream. And hi as well, Ame, welcome in. And this worked on my machine, they said. That's always the case. Let's see, levels here, you, alrighty. How you doing, customer? I know what you want, but I can't get it for you currently. And welcome people just joining, and Dee, welcome in. Let's see, interact with E, they want the sweet bitter cake. Let's give them the sweet bitter cake. So sweet, bitter, and then a cake. Cake here. You there? Alrighty. How you holding up? So if I click on this and hi Disco, welcome into stream. We're supposed to be refactoring, but it never ends up going the way you want. For the refactoring I did yesterday caused a big game-breaking bug. So we're trying to fix it. That is the goal of today. So let's see, close. Okay. And then I go into here again, step into, well, step over, step into you here, step into. Okay, so it has nothing to do with this function. It is this guy calling the function. That is the issue. Interesting. Okay. At least we can rule this guy out now. And wait, so if we repeated refactoring last night, that would make it refactoring. Let's see, Control K to uncomment everything. Let's go back into our links window. Don't know what you are. Player spellcasting desk. It's something to do with this guy here. This is the guy that's not happy. Start spellcasting process.emit. Yeah, I'm just gonna comment you out just to double check, because I think it's this guy. This start spellcasting process emit and to the third power factoring. Refactoring. Let's see. And I did read that. Good. Okay. And yeah, good. Okay, just double checking. So let's go back into here. Let's go into here. Tutorial, move around, grab the customer. Yep, we're speedrunning this. Come on. You don't have to. Oh, you know what I can do? I can lower their. Hold on. I can do. Let's see. Customer profile. I figured out an idea. Customer data. No. Customer profile. That's what we're looking for. And I'm going to do @export var speed. And then what we can have happen is we go to customer. Customer currently does have a speed. We have it as, let's see, where are you at? Speed, sprite offset, sprite modifier. It should have a speed. Exiting, ready. Where's your speed at? Customer scene. Let's speed up the customer and give them the speed potion. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Let's see. You are all empty, current status. Where's your speed at? Where are we setting your speed? There's an area it's supposed to do that. Profile offset, let's see. Speed, profile eating speed. Nope. Huh, where are you moving at? Is it the sprite itself that we have to worry about? Texture, animation player. Speed was set once upon a time. Let's see, let's go into the Mancer profile. It might be in there. Mancer sprite, scene. How about you? Go into you here. No, you just have an animation player. Where are we getting your speed from? I know the player has a speed. Customer has to have a speed. There's a reason they're going the pace. So where's our, I'm guessing in process? Process here, update animation tree. Where are we moving you? Let me get some water. This is where old code comes into play and having to figure out why something's not working the way I thought it would. So let's see. Tasty. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think it's in the move state. Are you? In the move state. Check. Aha! state. Let's go ahead and just do not you. We should have you as a parent, but I'll go ahead and do, let's see, call deferred, move state. Yeah, so you should be, current agent, yeah. What will have happen is we should be able to call the customer profile on its own, but we don't know what the customer is. So we'll just do, customer move state, have you do at export var, let's see, at export var, let's see, customer. And then we'll have it point to a customer. And then from there, we should be able to grab this guy, drag him into here so that we have it. I don't usually like doing the tree one. For me, this makes it a little bit easier. I saw Iris once and enter once flow of yesterday and just follow the 4-minute logic chain to just solve her bug after it. Ah, I got it moment. And it gives me, I take time, but eventually I can figure it out. Usually, if not the case, I then start asking for help. We'll go ahead and remove the speed. Oh, right now with the float as well. That's something to keep in mind. So let's go into our customer data, not customer data. We're looking for our customer profile. Yeah, and it's a float, and we'll set it to automatically be 50. If it's not set anywhere else, your speed. And then from there, we go back to our customer move state, and we no longer need that const of speed. In our customer here, what we can do and have happen is customer dot profile dot, and then there should be speed. There we are, customer dot profile dot speed, and then we'll have that as speed and this as speed. So now we should be able to modify the customer speed. Hopefully, if we did this correctly, we go to our Tutorialmancer and let's see, tutorial profile, size, speed. There you are. Okay, let me go ahead and make sure you are. Click on play here. Let's give it a go. I'm also curious now. You're still moving the correct way, right? Yeah, okay. Now let's just set the speed to 1. How does 200 sound? Sound good to you? Let's click on play here, see where we're at. If we go ahead and click on that, and then the moment of truth. Hi, customer. You know what? You don't move fast enough for me. Let's kick it up to 400. I think that's a little bit more appropriate. And hi, is it Sunlipero? Sunlipero? Maybe. I can try again if you can correct me, but welcome into stream. Welcome, and hi. Alrighty, let's, after kicking up the speed, let's see you move. That certainly does help with debugging, making their speed faster. And I'm hoping to see the customers somehow clip through the walls with all the speed. You know, I'm really curious now if we just do. I'm gonna do that. And do you think they'll blink? A blink and you'll miss it sort of thing. And hi, JoJo Games. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back in. Let me click on you here. Move. There you go, Frost. They're moving so fast. There's 2 of them. Oh, that's great. They're moving at hyperspeed. Let me set this 500. I think that's an appropriate amount. My poor mage is an after image. It sounds like it's real life. Let's see. There you go, customer. And just teleporting. She's mastered Ultra Instinct. I was not expecting that. And the joys of being a game dev. I can break and mend this game as I please. Let me go ahead and grab your product. There we are. And okay, now that we have that guy and making integers colossally big just for fun. One of the joys of game dev. Close here. Yeah. So it's that, what is it? It's that signal that is making the game angry. So, let's see, hold it down again. You should be, okay, yeah. Hold it down again. And, okay. And now we have the error again. Isn't that interesting? Spellcasting desk, run spellcasting. Okay. So it wasn't that signal, or maybe it was. But now that we have, let's see, get random spell, index of 0 is what it's getting on base dictionary. Is it this dictionary that it's talking about? Flavor parser, flavor grid. Flavor grid is a thing. Let's check index 0 on base. Flavor grid. Hold on. Where are we doing our flavors at? Because it's the index base 0. Is that saying the first one is 0? Or this is the game dev version of drawing a silly face on a drawing? All silly faces shall be added. And let's see. That's me being mega anxious when I enter cafe. He turned into an after image. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome into stream. Hey, what happens if I press this? Let's see. If I go to here, our flavors, type none. Okay. I'm curious because I did add the type. And oh,
Rodrigo TPHS just redeemed VIP.
Congratulations, Rodrigo. That is a lot of saving up. I should be able to, or if one of the moderators could, it should just be like a /VIP. Welcome to the VIP club. Let's see. Export var. If I just move this none to here, is that why? Because it's basing it off of the index, right? But moving this none, is that just going to break the game eventually? But that's my guess on why it's angry. And let's see. Hi, oh, I don't know how to say that at all. Unramdon, maybe? Possibly? And that's my guess. And welcome to stream. Hi, and all access. Let's see, copy and paste. Thank you, Emmy. That should work. You should have a little icon, I believe, a little diamond. Let's see. Go back into here, go back into tutorial, move, customer, get in that seat. And then from there, have them read, have them say, okay, I'm ready to order. Open this guy, close this guy, go back into here, move you here, all the moving. What? Huh? Hold on. This isn't right. This is memory. That's not sweet at all. What is memory doing here? That definitely did mess things up. And it says I have no permission. Oh, that's super weird. I'll have to look into that too. Huh. Okay, we found the answer though. It's type sweet. And I'm wondering now, if we go into our cookbook, because it could be a me problem. If we go down here, index possibly, type Atlas index. Aha. Atlas, bittersweet memory. No, never mind. I said aha, but I don't have an aha. It's something to do with this. We moved the memory and it took memory and it moved it, which is really weird. It's a whole bug that it just seems to be getting longer and longer, like some sort of worm or centipede. Let's move our customer move state. We don't need you anymore. Customer profile, not you anymore. I'm thinking it's an issue to do with the dish itself, is my guess. Somehow, somewhere, it's to do with flavors and dishes and it making it. And I'm wondering, how? So what we'll do is we'll go to our flavor parser and then we'll go ahead and do print. So print, and what are we seeing? It should do print flavor grid. Yeah, print that guy there. And let's click on play. And you might have to VIP them yourself. I think I did it. I used the command that Emmy gave. Let's see. Okay. Currently we have sweet, bitter, and memory. That makes sense. We shouldn't have none in here. So as far as this guy is concerned, this is correct. So far, so good. Everything is parsing correctly. Flavor to wizard and type to flavor. Let's look at that next. And okay, nice. Thank you. So let's see. Type to flavor and flavor to wizard. Let's go ahead and have that printed. So I'll go ahead and go back to here. And we want to print you. And we also want to print flavor to wizard. So we'll do a print. We'll have it go like, let's see, you here, like that. And then we'll just do another print. Print you, copy, paste, remove you, paste you, do that. Click on play, see where we're at. And you are, let's see. Okay, so currently we have 3, 1, 2, 5. These numbers make sense. This guy's empty, and these make sense as well because we don't have these guys currently in the game. And is there a way you can tell which dictionary is throwing the out of bounds error? It's saying it's a 0. And my guess is somewhere along the lines, due to enums, I'm thinking this is the 0 that it's talking about. It's setting the type to none. And because the type is none, it's getting that crash, is what I guess might be happening. But, well, that's why we're looking through this. So we have the first guy filled up. Flavor to wizard is not filled up. Do we ever fill this guy up? No. Do we ever use this guy? Control-Shift-F. Fine. No. Okay. So it's okay this guy's empty because we're not using him currently. That's fine. Okay. Let me get some water. I'm thinking this through. Either throwing out of bounds. Yeah. Which dictionary it is. And oh! Thank you to I want to hear it say the name.
Just
Sun Lapero. That sounds a lot more right than what I said. But thank you for the subscription. Welcome to stream. Let me get that water. Always super delicious. But thank you again. And well, I hope you enjoy all the emotes. So let's see. Flavor. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it has something to do with this. What we can do is, I think, print out what dish is expecting, and that might help a little bit. For example, what it expects to say, because right now we're not getting enough information, which is okay. It is a-okay and it's fine. If I click play again, because we removed, you moved this here, move it here, it gives you bitter and memory, which is super interesting. But if you do this here, then it still gives you sweet, bitter, and memory. Odd, but understandable. Something to do with me. So we'll see if we can figure it out. Saying that though, ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing while I take a second to pull my nose as well. And I did that. Good. All right, I think I'm all caught up. And give me 1 second on the nose part. All good to go. Nose and sinuses, a-okay. Saying that, let's see. So non-type bitter smoky. Yeah, I'm thinking it's something to do with that. I'm curious to see as well. What's the tutorial dish looking like? You are sweet bitter cake. So you're fine. And bless you, thank you, Les. Sweet bitter cake. Something's off currently. It's something to do with what I messed with yesterday. And I messed with the flavors. And I messed with the customers. And I'm gonna guess it has something to do with the flavors, since that's also something we modified. So it has, it's narrowing down slowly. We're slowly finding out the guy that's the issue, the angry one. Let's see. Yeah, okay, this is fine. What was I gonna do? Oh, yeah, I wanted to start doing stretches during the ad break, since I figured that's a good enough time as any, since each is a minute long. So let's do a stretch break while we're waiting on the ads. Try to make it so that the ads are, maintainable, understandable, tolerable. They're tolerable. Let's start off by going to the left. Gonna go a little bit to the right. Gonna go a little backwards. Gonna go a little bit forwards. Then we're gonna make sure we turn our head. Make sure you turn your head to the other side. Make sure you do left. Make sure you do a little bit of right. And make sure you do down and up. And then make sure you go to the side and down. And then the other side and down. You know what? I do feel better after that. My neck feels better. And then she'll slowly start doing the ads herself. I had the elevator pitches to redeem. I plan to add that back once I can figure out a good time to do some flashcard notes. So I can do a better pitch. Gotta get there eventually someday. So type none. Yeah, flavor combos. And then in our flavor, let's see. Yeah, okay. Let's go back into not customer parser. Okay, listener, you're not angry at the moment. We have flavor parser. We don't need player. I think player's fine. You, spellcasting desk, you might be where we're angry at. Possibly. Run spellcasting. I think it maybe happens, well, yeah. We'll check here. And hi, Ron. Howdy, and welcome into stream. I hope you're having a good day or afternoon or night or morning, depending on the time zone. You could have various answers. Let's see. Okay, so I'm thinking what we'll want to do is print out first flavor and second flavor dish type. Let's print out all of these values. I think that'll be our best bet. And hold on, let's get more water, and then we should be all good to go. And thanks, you too. Of course. More water here. Okay, we're all good to go, and welcome back all from the ad break. I'm thinking it has something to do with the flavors, and what I'm wondering is, are these guys still none by the time it reaches here? So what I'll do is, I should be able to do, let's see, and I should also have a way to print the flavor type really easily. Flavor.type, yeah. Utility, just do it this way. Utility.print, because I know what it's supposed to say. Utility, it's supposed to be print debug message. And then from there, we have it set as, let's see, str. And then we do find key. It's find key underscore key. And then we do first flavor. And then you do dot, well, first flavor is like, that's fine. And then from here, you would do the second flavor. And then you also want to do dish type. So we'll do that, and then dish type. But make sure it's dish.type. So you here, dish. And then from there, and hello again to you too. Hi. And then from there, what we'll do is we'll do one last utility.print, or rather, just, I don't think you can break point on an empty spot, but we'll see. Okay. My guess is that these guys are going to be empty or blank, which is causing the issue. Is the idea I'm starting to feel like is happening. Let's move around, grab the... I forgot how fast they move. We can also make it so their reading speed is really slow or really fast. That way we get instant fast paces. Let's see, sweet, bitter, you here, cake, and then hold down Q, and what do we have? Let's see. Aha, and click on close here. Oh, right. I gotta go through it again. One more time, because it's doing the start spellcasting, I believe. Alrighty, and here. Would you look at that? None. And that is why we're getting the error, because these guys aren't set, so it's trying to access this dictionary with answers that the dictionary doesn't have. Okay, good. You know what I'm thinking as well? Maybe we should have some sort of dictionary to say this so that we know, or maybe, I don't know. What's a good, you think, debugging way to say this? That way we don't have to go everywhere to find this answer again. You could also, before it even gets to the dictionary, do a test to say, it doesn't belong here. Something like that. And hi, Zero. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. So, let's go back over here. These guys are not set yet. It is something to do with the items in the dishes. For plate and item, all of these guys here, and hi, Santa. Welcome to the stream, and press the button and show what's in each casting desk. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Yeah, that could work out well. Let's see. In that case, what we can do is do plate, and how about instead of pressing a button, because the plates are an object themselves, if I can open up this guy here, we can go to our plate scene, and this guy here, we can add we'll add a scene, yeah, that's fine. And let's add a text, rich text, there we are, a label. I was looking for the word label. Let's add a label here, label, and from there, let's see, we'll make you a smaller scale. I should be able to. Visibility, nope, we want scale, SCA, scale, layout, transform, sizing. Yeah, there you go. Move you about up here, make you wider, about there. Let's see if I can make you center as well. That way we can check. And let's see, content menu enabled, center, and center. There we go. And hi, sweetheart dreams. Welcome. Oh, sweetheart Joss. I don't know why I always think it's dreams, but welcome back to stream. Welcome in. And as a chatter, I get to be blessed. I love Zero Sunput. It's always such a joy to listen to. Let's see. It's always the bananas with Zero. It's terrible, horrible condition. Let's see. I'll make you wider. Do you about here? Make your scale a little bit smaller. And by the way, I just thought of something. Are you using process or physics process? I think I'm using, well, it depends on the thing. I believe I was told physics process is faster, but usually I try to use it for things that only require physics process. I know there is a difference though, I do know that. And calling me sweetheart's just fine. I see. Okay, I'll try to remember that. I will. Let's see. Move you here, make it a little bit wider. Label should be good to go. And then what I'll do is we'll have debug label. So I'm renaming you to, see, debug label. And then we'll have this guy, right click you, make you access this unique name, and we should be able to see what it's saying, these guys here, debug label. And from here, on use item and interact, this should be everything we need. So if item is item, we'll just need the item.name. And the price Zero pays for their amazing pixel art skills is that they must draw bananas. Oh boy, I would not take that deal. And I did write that as well. Good. And I'm imagining boxers with hearts on them. How cute. And hi, Bam. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. So let's see. Use item. Item name is now on blank. Yep. And we want to make sure the item name is, let's see. Yeah, plate emit. And what we'll do is do debug label dot text equals none. And then for here on our interact, we have player. If current item equals null, then we can go ahead and interact with the player. And player.correct item. Then that guy should actually be here. There we are. You are none. And then from there, what we have happen is also on ready, you are also none. And then I think if I do you here, used to be the item name as we're setting the current item to item. So debug label equals current item dot name, current item dot name. That should give us information. Yeah, is item. And item itself, if we look here, you can see type, item name dot type. We can try seeing about those guys. I'm wondering if the index here is something to worry about, but we'll see. We'll go ahead and cancel it and see. And I did read that, good. Physics process runs exclusively through frame rates. Standard process runs as fast as your computer can run. I see. Huh. I'll have to look into that. I know there was a difference, but I can never remember unless I read it a lot of times. So let's see. We can go into here and just do a quick check. None, 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 none. Go into here. Sweet. None. Sweet. None. Okay. Let's go back into our testing now. Level here, you here, tutorial, back into you. Yep. Move around. Customer. Give them a second to read, and yeah, let's set the Necromancer's skills. And so in short, physics process is built in Delta time. Yeah, that makes sense. And banana masterpiece, terrible, terrible things, I tell you. Tutori, let's go back to our Necromancer, and I should be able to just go into this line patience, test, waiting, eating, reading, test, tutorial. Yeah, okay, let's go into our profiles, and we'll set the tutorial one. Or rather, we'll do one that's none. We have waiting, eating, reading, and ghost fear. Yeah, okay. We'll set you to 1 second. Eating speed, none. And none shall be 1. And then we'll copy you here. And, oh, none 1, comma. There you go. Waiting patience. And you're fine there. Order patience. Yeah, line patience. We're looking for eating speed and reading speed. There we are. 3 seconds. Let's reduce this to 1. And I think it can only be integers. And then from there, we'll go back to our Necromancer and make sure you are none. Eating speed, none. Okay, this should make them faster, which should make debugging easier. And Banana Mancer, never. Never, not ever. And hi, Mordar. Is that how you say it? Welcome into stream. And physics is just more stable. I can believe it, yeah. Because of Delta time, if I had to guess. That would make sense. Let's go into you here, you in here. Move you around. You go here, you read. You should be done reading. Good, okay, that's good. Speed. And hi, is it Ula? Welcome to stream. Welcome back. Physics process has a constant delta time, which is super good for stability. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's grab your order. Then we'll go ahead and follow this guy here. And none. Okay, so you have sweet flavor. It does say you have the bitter flavor. And you do have the cake, correct? Correct. Okay, we can't see the name. Let me move this guy up further. There you go. So the items are on the plates. They are working in that sense. We do have sweet and bitter and cake selected. And hi, Const Chuck. Welcome to stream. And did you make everything yourself? Art included? Yep. Art, music, and programming all done by moi. I can happily say that. However, in the future, we will have some music made by other people. So I'm super excited for that. Let's see. Sweet, bitter, cake. Yep, makes sense. I'll also make this guy a little bit bigger, just in the case we need him again. So it's the idea that, for some reason, and that actually didn't make them bigger. You know, it's fine. All right, I can read them. Let's go ahead and end the game and save. What I want to check out is, let's see, customer profile, so we can go ahead and close you. So it's something to do with these guys. These guys aren't properly getting set. Something here is going on. If cookbook level is tutorial, we have cookbook, tutorial, dish, flavor combo, cookbook, tutorial, all these guys. Let's have this print out the cookbook stuff as well. And our streamer's whole full stack game development. I attempt to. I have a lot of fun doing it, but oh boy, this is a lot of work. Let's see. So you, current spell. So is the current spell void because of you guys here? Let's go ahead and copy you as well. And let's see about you here. So remove you and do you here. And then we'll do you as well. We don't want these guys to be null and void. There should be flavor combo. Let's see. Flavor dish dot flavor combo. Flavor combo. And then we can put this guy in here. And oh, forgot to do that there. And then we have dish type. So cookbook dot dish type. These guys should not be none. So let's see. Tutorial dish type. So this should be dish dot type. There we are. Okay. Let's check these guys as well. See what we get. And understanding of what is happening, 0%. Interest, 100%. You know what? I'll take it. The thing is, it's a little bit hard to stream programming or any project that you work on for a really long time, because people who enter don't understand what's going on. So I try my best to make sure I explain everything as I go. That way, whether you're joining for the first time or you've been here for quite a second, everyone can get caught up to date. And awesome, I respect that. It's a lot of work doing everything yourself. Thank you. I do what I can. Let's see. Customer ordered, they're ready, and they want the sweet bitter. So let's go ahead and let's see what names we get. So sweet bitter, these guys are working properly. We can see what is currently being held. The names are showing up correctly. Now start the spell, hold down Q. What do we get? Let's see. You should click on close here, and from there, do it again because we also commented out the other guy, and I understand that I don't understand. Let's see here. You are, okay. So sweet bitter cake is a thing. It is picking that up. It is not, however, picking up these guys, the plate items. Interesting. One other thing I want to check as well is that our current spell is an idea. It's doing what it needs to do. So what we'll do is, do you hear? Do you hear? Oh, nope, we don't want that dash. You hear? So the sweet bitter, all of these guys are working properly. Let's also go ahead and print this current spell. So you should be able to just do you here and then you here. And we're looking to make sure it's not null. That is also super important. And how do I go about organizing data in Godot, if I may ask? Well, the hope is that I can figure out a good system. How I currently have it working, I can show you in 1 second, as I'm always eager to answer questions if I can answer them. Utility.current spell. Hold on, that goes there, copy and paste. Okay, so how I'm currently organizing things is I do it in a few different ways. For example here, for me, I'm very visual. So I have a big board. I said for me again. Oh no. I'm very visual. So what I do is if I have an idea or if I need to draw things out or sketch things out, I use this program and actually let me do exclamation FAQ as well. And people will enter and have no idea what's going on. That's every programmer opening up their code from yesterday. Yeah. You know, you're 100% right. Very true. Let's see. Paste that there. So the programs I talk about, you should be able to find on there. This one's called concepts, and so if I need an idea or I have an idea, I can write them down on here, and then from there, this is one way I organize it, through drawing things out. Second way I'm organizing it is if I go into Obsidian here, I use a program called Obsidian, and what I've been doing since I've been refactoring is I've been going through all of my Obsidian. Oh, hold on. Hide you? There we are. I've been going through Obsidian, and I've been sorting things out so I can see the names and see objects and link them together. That's the 2 ways I've been sorting things. But this code is a year old, and a lot of it's not sorted yet. So we're going through this month and seeing if we can sort everything. That way, moving forward, things are organized and neat. And, Hugh Gandalf, I have no memory of this place. Let's see. Let's go back into programming here. And from there, let's see. Print debug message. Yep, this is next on the agenda. If this prints back some sort of null or something, we'll know that that isn't a thing. And that leaves us with one small area I think will be the area of areas we should be able to narrow it down to. So let's see, you here, and go ahead and do you here tutorial. And it does help that they're faster now. By the time I walk over to them, they already have their food. That did help. That debugging idea was certainly helpful. We have sweet, bitter, and then we have you here, cake, you here, hold down Q, go ahead and do that there. And then, let's see, close, view again. I do need to re-enable, there we are. Re-enable that, as that I have to do the twice. Okay, so this is an actual node. So we do know that all the information here is working properly. And the board knows all. The board can see the future, the board can see the past, the board can see all, the board can set into your soul. The board of truth. Let's see, okay. So for plate in, plate to item, we do these guys. So what I want to do next is do for plate and plate to item. Let me go ahead and print plate.plate item. I think that's next up on the agenda. So let me go ahead and do here for, and then utility.print. We're going to do plate.item. So let's see, plate item type, dish, flavor index, all of these indexes. Yeah, okay. Flavor type, find key. Let's go ahead and do, let's see, find key. Yeah. Dish type, item.type. String, flavor type. Yeah, okay. We'll do this here and see about that. Plate.item. Is that what we're looking for? It's not how you spell item. That's for sure. And I stare back into the board and Geraldo stares back. Oh, it's been a second since I've heard that name. And, oh, I see. Well, it's cool. I'm always interested in how people go about data management because it can be so different. Yeah, for me, I said it again. I love data management. I love storing data. I like looking at numbers that aren't too big. So one thing I wanted to make sure of when doing this project is that I find a way to make this code maintainable without making it too big, as it's supposed to be a small project, though granted I've been working on this for about a year. It's grown a little bit more than I expected. And, oh,
Thirsty Drank just followed.
Thank you too. Let me double check the name. Thirsty Drink. Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Let's go ahead and grab you here. You have the order set up. So let's go ahead and see about you here. And I'm writing on the board. Is the board telling me what to write? You can't know these things, Zero. The board does what it does, and we can't change the future. So hold down Q here, and let's see. Oh, also need to do the, let's see, spellcasting screen, spell testing tutorial. Let's uncomment the other guy, if I can remember where it's at. This is never good. Let's see, item, you here. Item, nope. We have flavor parser. Nope, we have, I think, is it in player? Hold on. Player, start spellcasting. That's what we're looking for. Start spellcasting. So we go back to here, spellcasting minigame, start spellcasting. One of these guys is commented out. Let's see. Start spellcasting minigame. Aha! Control Shift F. And where are we seeing the hashtag at? That's the guy. Oh no. There's no hashtag going on. Is it you? No. Is it you? No. You? No. You? No. Okay. So it's something else somewhere. This is what happens when you don't comment out code correctly. I think it's in the tutorial one that we enable it. So let's go back to not options menu. Let's go back to the tutorial screen. And they aren't too big until you add 17 zeros to the speed variable. Oh boy. I did not expect the customer to make a second image of themselves. And oh, we found it. Start spellcasting process. Got ya. That's why I couldn't find it. Might need to change that name, as I thought it was one thing, it was not.
Subscribed on YouTube.
Let me grab that name. That name is Kizor? Possibly. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, and welcome to stream. Welcome into bugs. I did not sign up for this today. I want out. Help, let me out. Let's see. Their speed is impeccable. We have your order here to infinity and beyond. And hi, Weirdo the Farmer. Welcome to stream. Welcome back in. Let's see. Speed, you here, and then you here, and customers use double team. It does look like double team. Oh, you're very right, Zero. And the customer's getting too strong. They're escaping the scene. They tried very hard. Let's click on you here, and aha! Would you look at that? Second flavor is not a thing. Got ya. Flavor, yeah. Your flavor, okay. So these guys, their index is incorrect. For some reason, we're looking to our index. Where are we getting this index at? So let's see. var item, plate to item, we set it to item.index. Item.index is an index we set here. And where are we seeing an index at? We go down here to icon index. Is that the index we're seeing? You are here, index equals icon index. Okay. And then from here, what we do is do index, and we grab the frame. Okay, so I'm curious to see, we just comment these guys out. Is this where it's getting angry at? If we go back to here, item.index, yeah. Remove you, and let's see if this is the answer, if it'll not crash now. And Mr. Sith, you know, if you know, you know. And let's see, gives me the energy of that one meme. Stop praying for my grandpa's strength. He's escaped the hospitals, evading the police. He's become a national threat. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Let's see here. In school tomorrow? Ooh, best of luck. I think you were the one yesterday that was talking about school, possibly. And again, best of luck, as it can be really fun. I believe it was high school, you said. Let's see, back to here, you here. Okay. So, if my hypothesis is correct, what we should see is it not crash and break on us, as it's not setting the visual. Well, that's not right. We need sweet, delete, sweet. There you go. And it was indeed the one from yesterday. Lovely. I'm happy I can, oh, hold on. It says sweet. This is sweet. It says it's sweet. It's just not setting the visuals. Cake? Yeah, it says sweet. We need bitter. Grabbing bitter here. You here? Yeah, okay, that's bitter. It's just not visually there. And let's see. You here? Click on close. Okay. Flavor parser, item index, first flavor. Oh, you know what? these guys are still funny numbers, I believe. First flavor, second flavor. Yeah, okay. Let's also change this to sweet, sweet, and bitter. And then let's see, as I'm thinking it's going to be this item index guy here. Since these guys aren't getting set, yeah, item index. And I'm guessing that item index is, yeah. Okay, hold on. I think I'm understanding. I think slowly but surely. And actually, I'm sweet. Very sweet indeed. And how long have you been streaming Game Dev for? Since last year. I started this game last year when I started streaming. It was one of the ideas of, well, I'm gonna start streaming, so I might as well start making a game. And yeah, a year has passed. The August of, month of August. Yeah, August of month. So let's see. You here, first flavor, item index, item dot index, item index icon, flavor icon. You guys here, frame, index, cookbook.flavor atlas index, bitter, sweet, memory. Go back into here, our icon flavor atlas index. Ooh, okay, you're wrong. That's not a good idea. I think what we should do here instead is do, let's see, not a number. I think this is why it's angry. It's looking at, let's see, yeah, icon index, and then we have type index. That's not good. These guys, I think I understand what's going on. We go back to dish.type, cake. No, it can't be 0 then. If we go back to, let's see, icon, maybe? Icon panel, icon index. A lot of icons here. We have dish icon index. Oh, yeah, I do remember. This is 0, this is 1, this is 2. This is how I'm currently doing my atlas for my PNGs or images. And then we have combo icon atlas and icon atlas here. And then it would be 0, 1, 2. Okay. And is that what we're seeing here? If I go back into, let's see, flavor, where are we at? Cookbook. There we are. 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Okay, so these guys need to be, or, I'm gonna guess that's why it's angry. Next up I wanna see, because the numbers we get are 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. If we get a 3, maybe that's why it's angry. And I'm nearly in the alpha of my 3rd game at the moment. Ooh, congrats! I think alpha comes after beta, or is it the other way around? As the 3rd alpha? That's the 3rd game too. Ooh, congrats! Congrats on getting up to 3. Let's see, customer here. Yeah, okay. Customer, I think I'm figuring it out. Item here, you guys, dot frame equals you. Yeah, and then we take the icon of icon index. Index equals icon index. We go back over to our flavor parser. No, we don't need you at the moment. We need you. Nope, we don't need you. Item, we do need you. You here. Okay, dish type equals icon index. That's not true. I'm thinking we're going to need an index to item. I think that might work out better because we have item. If the type is a dish, we set the dish type to this here. And if it's the first flavor, yeah, okay. Something like that. Something's got to give. The structure of my game is wrong, and that's why it's angry. And enums are treated like integers. Yeah, that's one of my favorite features. And hi, Pala. Welcome to stream. And can you just use enums for atlas indices? Maybe? And let's see, Construct, she's been streaming for a while. Welcome to the party. Some ground rules. She doesn't like bananas, so feel free to fill the comments. That's not true. Well, no, it's true I don't like them, but don't feel free to send them. Not at all. Let's see. Yeah, the thing is, right, if I were to ever move these indexes around, I wanted to do an atlas because it also saves, note that down, that's not true. You didn't let me finish, Frost. That's not true in the sense of, don't feel free to add them. Not that that's not true in that I don't like them. I definitely don't like them. Very much true. I'm thinking, or I'm wondering, because this could happen again in the future, where what happens if I change the way these guys are ordered, or I add or remove these guys with the indexes? Would it be better to have a way? Should they be separate, or item value 1, 2, 3, etc.? Let's see. If I go back to here, item here, you, let's see. Yeah, that would make sense. None, sweet, bitter. But you can see, bitter's also first here. So we have to move these around so that they reflect this, and then going forward, anytime. If I were to accidentally, for example, do this, is it gonna break the entire code? Well, I don't think it will, but I think it will break this. This is bittersweet memory. That makes sense. So maybe, I'm just curious to see. Bittersweet memory, because that is, let's see. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3. This guy here is 0. 0, 1, 2. Let's see. Go back into cookbook here. Right now, the atlas is 1. Yeah, bitter. So maybe what we can do is do a -1 for the index. That might work out. So for example, here, instead of flavor type bitter, we can now take that flavor type and the atlas index will be represented by this. So for example, bitter is set as 1, but we -1 to set the index to 0. That could possibly work. And you can find enum value directly as an integer rather than relying on its index placed in the enum. Oh, yeah. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Thank you. And the banana resistance grows. It does not 0. It will not grow if you don't want it to grow. What I'll do then is I'll set, let's see, just to check. We'll make bitter equal, let's see. Bitter equal 1, and then let's say sweet equal 2, and then memory equal 3. Equal 3. You can't do negative numbers, I don't believe. So we'll do it like this. And actually, and let's see. But I want it to grow. I don't want it to grow 0. It's not about what you want. Let's see here. We'll set none equal to 0. And then from here, instead of having it as, let's see, cookbook, I'm thinking we remove the atlas index. I think that's for the best. We'll just use the flavor depending on the position. And we'll try to stick to the idea of these guys being the first. However, I think sweet comes first, so maybe we can swap them around and do it that way. That might be better off for us, keeping it in that order, possibly. So for example here, we no longer need cake, cookie, cocoa. If we go into our, let's see, atlas, we have our dish atlas, and again, it's the 0, 1, 2 idea. So let's go back to our type, and this cake cookie, and you can actually assign negative enum values in C# at least. I do know that. I don't think you can do it in Godot. However, let me Google it, because I think that was something we talked about last or a few weeks ago, and maybe I forgot. Can you assign negative enum in Godot 4? I think it is possibly possible and impossible. Oh, lovely. Okay, good. In that case, then, I don't think we have to do any more. And -1 is responsible to the wrong value? Yeah. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if that was still a thing. Thank you for reminding me. And grows proportionally to the number of followers on YouTube. Not the banana, nothing related to banana, no. Let's see. So none equals -1, and bitter equals 2 or 0. And then, so if I were to make none equal -1, would that make these guys responsible for their areas then, or how does that work? Bitter equals, let's see, 1, and then sweet equals 2, and then memory equals, no, 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, like that. 0, 1, and then 2, like that, I think. And then if we go into you here, does that help out possibly? Let's see. You here, and oh, let's see. Flavor icon, atlas index, icon type, flavor frame. Yeah, okay. Atlas index. Oh yeah, because we no longer have you. New icon type. Oh yeah, okay. Tricky. The thing is, this guy is a variant. I think that's how you would describe it. Where this guy, yeah, you don't know what that icon type is. The icon type is related to the index. So, I guess this is fine. We could add the flavor here or something of the sorts. So if we go into our spellcasting desk here, where we set the, let's see, icon, yeah, item index. Where are we setting the indexes at? Let's check. And what about the game? What is the game about exactly? I'm guessing this cafe just off the context clues, but how do you describe it? It is a rhythm typing cafe game. So it combines the cafe part with also spellcasting. So you have to cast spells by typing to the beat. You have to summon food from beyond. And you can see here, if I quickly go to show you, you can see this is the cafe with the little main character. This is the cafe portion. This is the spellcasting section. Right now, we're trying to figure out why the flavors aren't working. And hi, Beatus. Welcome to stream. And that is a Godot diddly do dot. If I've ever seen it. Many things are going on at the moment. And does Godot use anything similar to Unity's scriptable objects? I don't know anything about Unity or Unreal. Godot's the first ever engine I've used, so I can't answer that question, unfortunately. And that's an interesting concept. Thank you. Currently, the version that's on itch is broken, so we're trying to fix it. And that's what this has turned into. Fixing broken bug from refactoring. So let's see. Dish type equals item index. Dish type are these guys here, item index. Okay. Let's see. Item index, item. We take the plate to item. If item type equals you, we set you to here. So next up, item index. It's the icon of the item. We go back to our item here. We open up our item. Let's see, item. This seed here, it has 2 images. It can either be a flavor or a dish. And it goes back to the idea of, do I make a dish icon and a flavor icon? That could be a thing. That might be better in my case, because right now it's checking for 2 things in one area. And SLs are similar to Godot's resources. And Godot is aggregation / inheritance based. Everything is made of nodes. Nodes can be composed into a scene. I do like that feeling. And from what I've heard, GDScript is similar to Python. Yep, it's super similar. I've heard that too. So let's see. Flavor icon are these textures. You are these textures. Makes sense. And GDScript is really nice because of its simplicity. Yeah, I do like its simplicity. Let's go back to you here. When we set the values, new type, icon type, we set you here, and you here. Let's check where we're doing set values at. And set values is being done in, let's see, set values of new dish. So we're doing all the setting of values in our dish. Dish set values. Nope, that's not right. We're looking for the icon type set values. Let's see. Interactable, func, set value, or you here, item manager. This guy is where we set the values at. We take the icon index, create item. Aha. Where do we get the icon index at? Try spawning. Yeah, okay. We're slowly going through code, it seems. That is outdated. Okay, try spawning item for player. Yeah, item manager. Where do we use this at? Let's see. Function, try spawning.connect. Let's try you here, Control-Shift-F, you here, and then we go to you here and do, let's see, item managers. Nope, .emit. You, our bookshelf. We do an item index. Where do you get the item index from? I'm asking. Let's see. Get item name. We match the type. Return the item. Okay. On button down, we assign it with the icon name. Item warning, attempted to give player item. And then we do the item index. Okay. Let's go into then our, let's see, our item select. So I should be able to do SELECT. Select icon scene. Select screen. This guy is getting populated with little guys that look like this. And these guys hold an index, I believe. And it's taking this index and seeing what it needs to do for the other function, I believe. So going back into here, on button down. So once you select the index, and I believe the index is chosen based on what is currently on the screen. So just to elaborate a little bit more, to make it a little bit easier to understand, what I'm thinking is, we go back here, and oh, never mind. I can't even show you because the cookbook's no longer the thing. And if I were Eris, I'd make a resource with all these assets in one place. It makes the development workflow much easier. I have made assets or resources before. I don't believe I have a resource for items though. I don't even have a resource for flavors at the moment. And it could be a thing of that. The thing for me at least is because these items are different and there's so many of them, the idea of making it into a resource seems a bit daunting. Because for example, if we go into cakes, let's see, cake, and then we go here. Right now, there's only 3 flavors, but there's 9 different combinations. So is it a thing I'm going to have to make 9 different resources for a different thing? We have items as an object, but right now as it stands, it's trying to figure out what item, what it's named, what it does. And I have cakes, so this is 9 here. Then we have cookies, which is another 9. So if I made a resource for each of these guys, that I don't know about that guy. Or are you saying itself items? Items, I believe. Is it not a resource? No, it's not. Or are you saying then items should be a resource it creates? I could see that. Okay. If we were to make items themselves the resources, I could see that working out a lot better. But let's see. They also represent an object in the game itself. But if they were a resource, because I just learned yesterday you can create resources in script, which is really neat, because you can use them as a node, but the nodes aren't like resources, they're different things. You'd have to create, well, you could create a node off of a resource. That is a thing. Let's go into concepts here, so I can try to figure this out and map it in my mind. Let me go to, let's see, over here. Yeah, okay. This is what the conversation was actually yesterday, where the customer was a resource, the flavor was a class, and we figured out a way to merge them together. So let's see. Currently, right now, there's an item, and there's an item type. So item, and an item can either be, well, an item is, I believe, and let me grab this to see if I can manage to find the names. If I go into entities, customer, players, game objects, trash, interactables, yeah, item here. Alrighty, let me grab you then. And let's see. If you want, I can look into this for you. I'd appreciate it. The hope is that it can create some code that is maintainable and understandable, and it doesn't have to be this complicated, is the hope. And always a joy. And alright, Eris, I'll be heading out. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you, Frost. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. It is truly, yeah, always wonderful to have you around here. An item can either be a flavor or a dish. Or rather, not a dish, it is a component of the spell. So rather than a dish, it's a product. Yeah, product. P-R-O. Let's see. P-R-O. So this might need to, with the way things are working currently, might have to strip down a lot of code. And it might be late, but have you used any groups? What are groups, if I may ask? And why, what do you mean you can create resources through scripts? For example here, let's see if I can elaborate a little bit. Resources, if I go into modify into you here. How I'm holding my customers is I have different classes. So if you see here, we have a Medimancer, a Necromancer, and a Tutorimancer. And these guys are resources. And I can make a new resource in script. So what I mean by that is if we go into, for example, customer spawner should be fine. Customer scene, customer manager. There you are, customer manager. And we go down here where it says, let's see, spawn customer, where we have a idea of scene instantiate. It's a scene, but you can also do this for a resource, is my understanding. And hi, Murda. Welcome back to stream. Welcome in. And what do you code on? Could you elaborate a little bit? Do you mean the programming language, this here that you're seeing, or what exactly? And it's like classes, but more flexible. I will Google that here. Godot 4, that might take some researching off screen, as from the sounds of it, it sounds nice. I can certainly agree to that. And I did read that, good. Introduces a group, which serves as a powerful way to organize and manage nodes within the game. Groups allow you to tag nodes with specific labels, enabling efficient access and manipulation of multiple nodes simultaneously. Never heard of that before. And not the language, the program, I guess? Sure. This is Godot. This guy here is concepts. And let's see, game maker, Godot, etc. I can do also this as well. It should give you an overall view of the programs I use. This is concepts, and then I also use Obsidian. And this is Godot. Yep. Obsidian here. These are the 3 programs I'm using at the moment. You can modify Godot with different plugins and things of that nature, which can give you a different look. And let's go back into here. And for my previous game, I had a single game item scriptable object class and had all of them be variants of that single class. In the scriptable objects, I had a list of generic other scriptable objects called item uses. And from there, all of their unique uses can be dragged and dropped into place. That sounds like, I forget the word. Nope, I don't remember the word, but it's like what I did here. If we go back to customers, where you have, oh, you can't see. Let me go back into here. You have things that you can drag and drop out of. For example, I have a state manager, and then I have a move state and an idle state. If I don't want the customer to have an idle state, I just remove the idle state. If I want them to have a spin state, I would add a spin state, and you can grab and drag and drop them to change them. And I forget what it's called, but is that what you're talking about, sweetheart? And it's exactly like that? Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying then. Let's go back into here, and I want to figure this out a little bit more. Because right now, item is a class. And where do you get your Godot plugins from? Let me go back to here. To download a Godot plugin, what you do is go to Asset Library, and they're all right here. So you can click whichever one you want, and it can install it for you. And I think I do have a place on my concepts that shows off the plugins I do use currently. If I go back here, there we are. These are the plugins I use at the moment. So you can type in these names, and it should give you the ones I have, as I tried my best not to have too many. So you should be able to see these guys, and it should give you a bit of guidance from there. So let's go back into, is it collapsible folders on here? Ooh, collapsible folders is very important. Hold on, let me grab that one. Folder. That is super important.
One dumb computer just followed.
Thank you for the follow from one dumb computer. Thank you, and welcome in. And what is the web thingy? Can you elaborate a little bit more, Murda? And it's called a scriptable workflow. Huh. I don't think that's the name I know it by, but that's interesting that it also goes by different names. Let me add this guy here. This one I also use. Yeah, there you are. Okay, you should be good to go from there. And do you use any event-based architecture, or is it all intertwined? I use, by event, do you mean, what is it? Signal? So I do use a lot of signals, and it's something we're looking at, the giant spider web things to keep things in line. This giant spider web is called concepts. And yeah, concepts. It is what is it? Infinite drawing canvas. And it makes it look so visually appealing. It does, and also I actually wanted that fancy folder plugins. Lovely. Good. I'm glad you found what you're looking for. It might be, yeah, got ya. Okay, so item type, item index. That's the issue I'm having at the moment. Right now, an item can be either a flavor or a dish, but they're two different things, they're two different enums. And right now, it just says the type, and then depending on the type, we do different things. So my question is, should it instead be flavor item, dish item? Should they be their own thing? And then if I want a different item, we can do it that way? That would make it easier to understand, and they're just both under. And is it a website? Which exactly do you mean, Murda? This guy here, this is a program you have to download. The FAQ I linked earlier, so this guy right here, should bring you to the website so you could see more about it. And what version of Godot do you use? The latest one, Concepts. Nope, not a website, it's a app you can download. I don't remember the price exactly, but it's a sort of one-time payment. It's either $20 or $30, or you can do the monthly, which I think is like $5 a month. But for me, it's all about finding programs that I don't have to do monthly subscriptions on. And how long did it take you to learn to draw in A-Spray? I would say 2 years on and off, not too long. And once you figure out the basics, it's a lot of easy work from there. Example, you can make a monster group, then write it so your character can interact with monsters in a certain way. I will keep that in mind, Zero. Let's see. Godot, G-O-D-O-T, Godot groups, G-R-O-U-P-S. Thank you. And after that, you can simply add anything you make after that point, and boom, instant monster. You can just tag it as monster in a group. Is that what you're saying? And I did read that. Good. Okay, so flavor item and dish item. I-T-E-M. Oh, that's not an M. E-M and dish. D-I-S-H. Item. I-T-E-M. Would that be better? The thing is at least in programming, you can make your project as big as you want or as small as you want. So I really don't have to worry about space unless it what is the word I'm looking for? Optimization. But because my game is so small, I don't really have to worry about it. I don't know if I'll have more items, but maybe the item will work differently or something else. But even if we do flavor item and dish item, we would still have to have type or index or something like that. And that's what I'm a little concerned about, is the sense of how do you get the index of the image? So if I do, let's see, sprite index, S-P-R-I-T-E, sprite index, I-N-D-E-X, I-N-D-E-X, sprite index. They both have sprite indexes, but they also have different enums. And that's why I had the idea of doing them two at once, so putting them together, since they have so much in common. But again, sometimes that's not always better. Many cases, it's not. And if we go back into programming just so you can see, maybe the code can make a little bit more sense now with that idea of what I was going for in mind. If we go back to our item, let's see, item. You can see we have an index, and then we have a type, we have an icon, dish icon, and then values and flavors and seeing which type it is. So I'm thinking maybe we can split these guys apart, and that might be better for us. That way we don't have to do too much. We can take what they have in common, make it apparent, and then make these guys, what is it, polymorphism, I think? Might be better off. That way it's a flavor item, dish item, but they're still items, and they both still have sprites and types. Things of that nature, possibly, but we wouldn't even have to worry about type anymore. We would just have to worry about something else, possibly. I think that could maybe work. Okay. Saying that, right? What I'm thinking is, we can have, and let me copy this guy too, because the issue right now we're having is storing data. This is the data issue, figuring out the structuring of it. And depending on how we modify this, it will modify everything in the game. So we need to be very careful. Let's go into concepts here and drag and drop you here. Alrighty. So we have our class name, we have our index, we have our icon type, and dish, flavor. So they both have an icon. I'll put that on here. So the icon is a sprite. So we'll just say sprite, sprite. They have a sprite. They have a type, type. And let's see. Another example is that you can make pushable objects in a pushable group. Then at any time, you can add or remove nodes from the pushable group. Ooh, that does sound fancy, Zero. I'm surprised I haven't heard of it yet. If it sounds like people use it very often, but maybe it's just that sort of fancy thing that most people don't know about. But once you know about it, you're in the know. And how I did read that. Good. Okay, let's see. So we have type, we have sprites, and then we can set the values. What I'm thinking is, if dish, let's see, if dish item, make dish item from item type. And then what we can do is do get index. So get index, G-E-T, get index as a, virtual function. I think that's an empty function the parent has that you can modify. So we'll do get type, T-Y-P-E. And then from there, it'll return, let's see, return, and it will return depending on the type. It doesn't have to know what the type is or any of that. It'll just return the number. And that'll be associated with the dish or the flavor. I think it might work out better that way. So saying that, let's go ahead and scroll out and let's get started on making a new guy. And my mental model of groups is that groups are basically Boolean properties that you can attach to nodes. Like maybe you can have groups for status effects and all entities in those groups are affected. Ooh, and hi again, Mr. Refactor. Hi again, Eris. I left for some time. Well, welcome back. And I love how you write out all your steps before. I should try that. Engineering school told me to do that, but I never have. For me, I said it again. I like seeing it before me because then I can put it into action. I don't have to think or memorize something. I already know. Let me scroll that down here. Now you can see, right? They're not invisible. They do exist. And let me also grab Zero's comments as well. So grab you here, move you down here, and move you here. Yep, I will certainly look into that after stream, as I feel like I probably will have to watch a few videos instead of trying to learn it all on stream. That might be my best bet. And yeah, after that, you can make the assembly add. Oh, hold on. Another example. Let's see. Let me grab that example from Zero as well. Let's see. There we are. Let me move you here, paste you here, drag you down about here, and then grab the other guys and move you below. That way you can have these in my memory. That way I don't have to memorize it. And let me scroll down there. And does Godot use interfaces? I forget what interfaces are. I remember them being a thing in C++. However, I don't remember what they do exactly. And you think the free version of concepts is good? I tried it, but considering you can't even move stuff without playing, Mr. Retector, I believe, hold on. Godot exclamation, let me double check. Before I say anything, Godot, let's go to me and then go to you here, as I did suggest a free version of, well, not a free version, but an alternative to concepts, and it has abstract classes. I don't remember the names or words, but hi, Leo, welcome to stream. And no, it doesn't, I see it. Okay, let's see, go here and do game dev. Getting started. This should have what I'm looking for. Examples, documents, programs, lovely, okay. For concept suggestions there, you can look on there. There should be links and there should be free alternatives to concept. I think it's called a Scally draw, and it should have the link as well. So hopefully that can help. Okay, saying all that, let's see if we can figure out an overall item and parse it from there. And I found that interface is very useful. And I love when they added interfaces. Ooh, I see. That's a shame then. Let's go into programming here. Okay, what we will do is we'll go back into items here, and we will go ahead and duplicate this guy. So duplicate, we're going to make him, let's see, dish underscore item. And then we're also going to make a flavor underscore item. So duplicate you again, and it's going to be flavor underscore item. And from here, we're just going to separate it. We're going to take two guys together and we're slowly pulling them apart. I don't know if any of you have seen the kitten video where it's two kittens hugging each other and they won't let go. Oh, it's adorable. And thanks, of course. I hope they're handy. So we have dish and now we have flavor. Let's go ahead and remove these guys. So now class name is going to be dish item, or should it be item dish? I feel like item dish might be a little bit easier to remember because they're all items. So we'll do item dish, and then we have flavor item. So item flavor. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. That way, whenever you're searching up item, so if I do item, it'll pull up all of these guys. I'm curious to see as well, if we do flavor and then we do item here, does it still pull up item? it does. Know what item flavor? Flavor item, hold on. Did I not save it? Save. Okay, item. Flavor item shows up below item list. You know what? I'm not too upset at that. I think flavor item reads better. Item flavor. Flavor item. Yeah, I like that better. Flavor item, dish item. We'll do that then, since it makes more sense to me. And yep, okay, we're good. So we paste that in there. And an interactable that is used as a spell component. This is not also dish item. It's going to be product item, as dishes are everything that goes into it. And well, dishes are the final product, but you have to take a product and you have to take a flavor combo to make a dish. So let's see. It should be product, P-R-O-D-U-C-T, product item. That's what it should be named. And then from there, we have type, which is easy to know. We have it as, let's see, it's export var. It's no longer icon type. And that's good because this guy was also always a funky guy I could never get rid of. And I actually found it as found in as Obsidian plugin. So now it's even a bigger multi-tool, even for drawing. Oh yeah, I have it for my Obsidian. I can show you too. Let's go to Obsidian here. You can see if I go to, where are we at? File attachment. Oh, you here. No, you. Yeah, Excalidraw. This is my Excalidraw board for anything I want in my Obsidian. As I also have it for here. So let's see. Let's go back into programming. It is really nice that it is in Obsidian. It definitely makes the streamline process a lot nicer. So let's see. Instead of icon type, you are now going to be dish.product. P-R-O-D-U-C-T or something like that. Dish.type. Isn't that what you are? Type. Dish.type. And then it's going to be dish.type, dish.type, and you're instead going to be .none. There you are. Dish.type equals dish.type.none. And index, we don't need index anymore. We shouldn't, hopefully. And an interactable that's used as a spell component, yeah, I think that's fine. It still makes sense. Next up, we don't need flavor icon sprite. We just need sprite. So we can also do, let's see. We go back to our item. We'll also duplicate this guy. And we'll set it to be, instead of an item scene, it's going to be, we'll start off with dish, D-I-S-H. Dish item. Click OK. We'll go back into here, dish item scene. Now that we're on the dish item scene, this guy right here, what we'll do is we'll make it so that it is dish item. And then we'll also detach the current item script and attach the dish item script so that we don't get confused. Attach dish item. Let's see. We're attaching, yep, you. Attach, load. So now when I click this guy, it brings us to dish item. And when we go into item, it should, if I did this correctly, bring us to item. So here and then item. Good. They've been separated. Saying that, let's go back into our dish item now. We've got stuff to clean, and then we should just be able to copy and paste. So our set values, we don't need any of this anymore, which is good. You can see here, I had to do a check and a case, and that shouldn't be an issue now. Thankfully, we just have is right type. We just have to do set sprite. So set sprite by value. Set sprite by type. And then from here, we won't need new name, don't need any of that. We just need a new type. So new type is going to be dish.type. Is the hope of this working properly? So we can go ahead and do this here. We can also do extends item, as that's the guy that's going to come from. And this type already exists in item. Let's see, type and let's see, icon. Okay. Maybe it shouldn't even be an item at this point, as it does have a type, but the type is different. Is there a way? Dish type equals none. I know there's a thing called variant, but I don't know too much about it. But is there a way to make the variable type on icon? So for example, type, and then just this. Like that? And then can we hard cast it? Cannot use add export since annotation without initializers. Yeah. Var equals type. Yeah. Okay. Instead then, gonna remove you, because these are icons, but they do the same thing as well. So instead, maybe, tricky. Okay, type, and we'll do, how can we do it? Maybe then we'll do internal type, something like that. It's not ideal, but it might be what we have to do for now. Internal, I-N-T-E-R, internal type. And it's just going to be a var. And when we set things, this internal var gets set up. Internal type, possibly like that. And then no more index. I don't think we'll need it. That there. Then what we'll do is we'll go to our dish item, go back to this guy here, and then in our item, we'll go ahead and also remove you here. like that. And from there, we should just be able to do new type. And we don't know what the new type is. So we'll set you to there. New type. From that point forward, what I'm thinking is we do new type. So type, ooh, that won't work either. Or maybe, possibly, and again, I think I'm making workarounds that don't need to be in place. But that's okay. It's a learning experience. Saying that, I'm thinking our internal type equals new type. And then possibly from here, let's see, new type like that. And then we can do, well, we're also going to need a var for sprite. So go back into our dish item here. And this is a sprite. So we can go into our item. And then we can do onReady var, item, or icon, or really sprite. Sprite's better. Var, onReady var, sprite. And I think that'll work. Yeah. Or at export var sprite might be better. Tricky. For our dish item, we need our collision shape, area, these guys here. And we only need dish icon. This guy here is the only one we need. And really, at that point, we also don't need to have the control, as this guy should be enabled at all times, since it's only dish icon. And, oh, that's item. Oh no, hold on. Item, cool, I think you're good. Undo, undo, okay. Not item, we want dish item. There we are. And now we delete flavor icon. Okay, good. And ads already, again, my goodness. Okay, that's okay. We'll click on control here, save it here, and I think we'll just spend this time separating these guys apart. And it might be a better system, possibly. I'm gonna think a little bit more though, but we'll let the ads run. We'll do our stretches, and then I'll get my water, and we'll get all refreshed and hydrated so we can continue. So let me go ahead and get the tissue here, and then let me know this really quick. Tissue done. Water's next up on the agenda. Now that we've done water, let's do some stretches. So you're gonna go to the left a little bit, and you're gonna go to the right, then you're gonna go backwards, and then you're gonna go forwards. Then you wanna make sure you turn your head to the left, make sure you turn it to the right. You wanna make sure you go backwards, and then as a freeze, you go forwards. Make sure you do the head tilts. And I should do stretches? You should! That's what I want to start doing them during ad breaks. I feel like this will make it easier because I don't stretch enough during my time, and I can spend time on the computer for up to, I'd say, 6 hours on a good day, and I don't move, which is not good for your health. So I want to start doing more stretches because, you know, the doctor recommends you do stretches and they do recommend also, I think, eye resets, where you stare at a further away object for a few seconds to make sure you're not looking at too many screens. So I'd like to 2 hops this time. Reverse. Reverse. We also need to go to the right and go down. And then you also want to make sure you go left and go down. There we go. I feel a lot better after that. I feel like I don't do enough of them. So I want to start making them, I want to start doing more of them. I feel nicer afterwards. My neck feels freer. So let's see. Saying that then, let's go ahead and save this guy here. And it gives me a chance as well to Google while we're waiting on the ads to see about possibly, let's see, Google Godot 4 variant parent variant variable. Let's see, variant variable like that. And then let's see. What can I Google? Is it possible? Because I think a variant is a typecast or something of that sort. Is there a way we can set it permanently to be a certain thing? Because we can't do at export because it needs to know what it is. It needs to know what it's at exporting. So my guess is then, how? What can you do? And I don't know if there is a good thing you can do. It might just have to be something you set in code or something of the sort. We can say though, there's always trial and error and testing, and welcome back from the ads. Welcome back to ideas and stretches. So let's continue. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, and then, oh, right, Cursed Soul, I completely forgot. Let me move this here, let's see. I see. Oh, got ya. Okay, And then that there. Good. If I go into you here very quickly and do that as well before I forget. Accounts, members. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through this a little bit after, but I should be able to get to it today. And I've just been going through their website, and I must say, there's a lot of useful resources on it. Definitely will be revisiting it in the future. Lovely. That's always good to hear. That was the whole purpose of the website. It used to be Google Docs that I would link things with, but because of all of your support, I was able to make a website to make things easier to find. As the hope is that as I learn, I can also help all of you learn and get better. As I'm no expert, but I can look at experts, and we can all look at them and take something from their ideas and references. So saying that, we have our dish item here. The item has a type. We don't know what that type is, and I think that's okay. We just have dish item and our icon, which I think will be okay for now. This icon also has different things that we don't need in it too, which is okay. It's fine. We have dish item and we have, let's see, item, flavor item. Yeah, okay. And in our flavor item, we're not looking at that guy at the moment. Let's close some of these guys, as they're a little bit confusing. We have item select, necromancer. We don't need you at the moment. We don't need you. We don't need plate. We don't need customer. We don't need you. You. Okay, a little bit cleaner. I don't feel as overwhelmed anymore. So let's see. Let's go into our item here. And in our item, we have set sprite by type. And then from there, what I'm thinking is we have a var called internal type. I think that's fine. And content thief! What do you mean, Zero? We give critiques, and I only ever... Well, I have like a playlist you can go watch too of other people, so... It's nice and easy in that sense of you can watch everyone. Internal type equals new type. And then from there, what I'm thinking is... set type by type, internal type. Then what we'll do is we'll take our sprite, and I'm thinking as well some sort of export var sprite at export var sprite. Might be a little bit better. From there, what we'll have happen is internal sprite, and then sprite, and we'll set the new type. And depending on the frame, now that's the big question, as flavor icon show, frame, and name equals new name. You don't have to worry about the name. We can modify the name later. But my question is, how can we do this guy? For example, if we want this icon to be a sweet flavor, or we're using dishes. So if we want this icon to be a cookie dish, how would we set it? We set it through here. So we would take, for example, this new type would say instead, it would be dish.type, and then it would be dish.type. So we'll say type, and in our example, it is a cookie. So I'll go ahead and do type, dish type, and then we can do equals dish.type.cookie. So let's try to look at it from that perspective. Since our type is dish.type cookie, what steps would we have to take? We would first have to assign our type to dish.type equals cookie. And then from there, what we would have to do is set the sprite. But how can you set the sprite without knowing the sprite index? And that's where it comes back to having, let's see, if we go back to flavors, these numbers here can be helpful, or having some different area for it. I think it might be better to have the index here. So it's something like a type to index bit. I think that would be handy. That way, if we ever need to modify, we know we need to go here for it, and I don't have to go searching around for cookbook. And hi to Murat, I think. Welcome to stream. I'm not quite sure what you're saying. If you wouldn't mind keeping the chat in English, it makes it easy to modify or moderate. There we are. But welcome to stream. Welcome in. So let's see, a dish type there. Okay, saying that, we have our type, right? I'm thinking we have a var, and then we have, let's see, type to sprite, or sprite to index, type to index here. This is a product, yeah, and this is not dish item. It should also be called product item. So product, P-R-O-D-U-C-T, product item. And then we have dish item. That's not true. We want to rename you. So you're going to be renamed to product item. P-R-O-D-U-C-T, product item. And then you're going to be, let's see, rename you, rename, and then we can set it to product, P-R-O-D-U-C-T, product item. Okay, and I think this is the case where groups might be a good idea, because groups get treated the same, right? My only issue is I'm copying and pasting a lot of code. However, it's also the thing of, it's okay to copy and paste code if need be. It doesn't have to be perfect, and it doesn't have to be clean, as long as it works. And, you know, I actually teach my friend how to program, so Obsidian can help me structurize everything I say and do. Ah, that's good to hear. I've been enjoying Obsidian. I have certainly. It's helped me clean things and organize my mind. So let's see here. Set sprite by new type. And then we don't need these guys because again, we have type to index. Yeah. An extends item. Could not resolve item. What's item angry about? We'll also do this here just so that it's not angry anymore. And do pass. Okay. And it cannot do cookie. Dish.type cookie. Oh, dish. Oh, there's no I. C-O-O-K-I-E. There you go. Now you have cookie. Okay, so back into our product items. That should be good to go. And then we have an export var of type. So what I'm thinking is we have a set type, or yeah, some sort of set type. And we do that. And then for this guy here, it would be a func of set type, and then we would take new type, and we do type, and then we're going to do new type. It's going to be a dish.type. And let's see what's on the agenda right now. We are trying to, well, we're running into a bug because of a refactoring issue. So now to fix it, we're trying to create a new system of sorting product items or items in general. They're the objects that you pick up, the little bottles or the icons for the dishes and for flavors. So the hope is that we can do it this way to make it easier on ourselves, as the bug is being caused because of a refactoring thing. So what we're doing right now is I had a class called item, and it was responsible for 2 different types of items that were handled in about the same way, but they were still a little bit different. For example, the enums worked differently. So my hope is that I can create a more, I think it's called virtual class for this item that the product item can then use and the flavor item can use. That way they're still items, but they can still work under different circumstances now, is the hope. And I am also the religion of as long as it works, yeah. I've had to get better at that, as if I don't think of it that way, I will be a perfectionist to the end and spend hours on something that didn't need time spent. And I've learned time is very valuable. I like using my time wisely. So back in our item, and I think you mean a parent class or script, possibly. Let me, yeah, it's definitely a parent. Let's see, virtual, V-R-R-T-U-A-L class, meaning virtual class C++. What is this? In terms of virtual class, usually refers to virtual base, in which a mechanism uses to address a diamond problem. Oh no. Inheritance class hands from 2 or more. Maybe. That's a maybe. For now, I won't use the word, and virtual means something different in this context, I think. Possibly. Since I don't know, I just won't use it anymore. We'll just say parent, a parent class. That makes it easier to say. And I can look into the specific wording, as I don't want to misspeak. That's not my intention. So let's see. Set sprite by type. Let's go ahead and save this guy here. From there, we have that example type. And what we'll do is do a func of set, and we'll do func, and then we'll do, let's see, do set type, and then type. And then from there, we'll have the type, and then it'll do also a void. So then, let's see, void, func, set void, void, and then pass. And then from here, what we'll do is do copy you, and then move you into here, and we'll do you, set type, and then do type. And this will set the other type so that we can keep track. So these types are set up. We have our internal type equals new type, so that if we ever want to access the type, we can also do it through here. And new type's not in the current scope. There you are. Okay. Then from there, what we'll do is we set the sprite based on the sprite type. So what I'm thinking is, next up what we can have happen is, let's see. Save you there. And what we'll do is, let's see, and it's a parent? Yeah, it's a parent. But I was thinking of something else. I don't remember, but virtual was the thing that came to mind. But I'm gonna have to look into it. It's been years since I've looked at C++ words. So let's see, set type to type, internal type equals type. And the issue now I'm thinking is this internal type might run into issues, but hopefully we never touch the internal type, or we only touch it here. So it might be okay. From there, what we can do is do sprite.frame, and then we can go ahead and set it to, let's see, sprite.frame equals, and then I'm thinking, let's see, we can possibly call upon a dictionary or set our own dictionary or something of the sorts. Possibly. Again, could be a thing we don't need to do. We might just be doing a lot and we don't need to do anything, which is a-okay too. Sometimes you gotta work through a little bit of pain. So sprite.frame, let's see, set sprite by type. Sprite.frame equals, and then we have, I'm thinking a dictionary. So let's see, at export var, then we can have a dictionary or a, let's see, type to frame. And then from here, we'll do export var dictionary. And from there, let's see, and oh, hold on, I don't know what did it load, but let me modify you here. I should be able to see things now. So sprite.frame is going to equal type to frame. And then we're going to do something like this, possibly. But I think it would be better to do instead. Set the internal type, set the type, and also do set type. Yeah, and zero use pun missed. It's a parent. I got it now, and I don't like that I got it now. So set sprite and type. Set sprite and type. Something like that instead. And then so we set type and we set sprite. From there, I think we're good. And we have you here, and then we'll do func for that. So func, and then we have set sprite. And then for you here, let's see, void. And then we have pass. Okay, this might work. And hi, Red Skull. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. We can go ahead and erase all these guys. And I think this will be our item. New item. So now it's going to do whatever it needs to do. Type. And then we have you here, like that. And that, I think, will work in our favor. Possibly, but we'll see. As our internal type should reflect whatever our type is. So the hope is that we don't have to do too many errors, or we don't have to mess with this. And virtual, I did read that. Good. Okay, so next up, we'll copy this guy here. From there, we'll go into our product item. And now, this here. Now that we know that there's a type here, we don't know what the type is, and we don't know what's that sprite. And what we can have happen here, at least for our product item, for example, is if we have a product item to screen, let's see, atlas. I think that's what I'm looking for. Dish icon atlas. This is what this dish icon should be. Let's go ahead and remove it. Add the dish icon atlas, as it should be 0, 1, 3, things of that nature. And we run back into the idea of which atlas icon should be for which. For right now, we'll keep it as this. And then what we'll do is we'll do a func, and then we'll have this as, let's see, type to frame. Then what we'll do is make it a dictionary. We'll set it to have its dish.type and to an int. And then we'll set it equal to, and I think this should just work by its own. Expected opening, func, oh, I see, var, there you are, happy now. And type to frame already exists in parent class. Oh, I see, got ya. Let's see, parent is you, type to frame, yeah. Export var, item you, yeah, okay. We'll do that there. They both have type to frame, but for now, we're doing this. I think this is fine. Maybe not optimal again, but it's fine. So type to frame, and then what we'll have here is we'll have dish.type, and then we'll have on here, let's see, dish.type dot cake equals, and then we'll do you, so dish.type cake, and then we'll say this guy here is going to be, okay, let's go to dish.type.cake. Not equals 0, well, -1, and let me point those again, hold on. Much better. Where were we? So none is going to equal -1. And then from there, cake equals 1. And let's grab you here just to double check with our atlases. Yep, okay. So cake equals 1, and then, well, 0. 0 frame index. Like that. And oh!
0 cut for just
0
followed.
cut, maybe? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. And you can tell me how close I got, and I can certainly try again. So we have it as 0, and then we have it as 1, and Coco as 2. 0, 1, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that quite. My issue is we're hard casting it here, and we'll only ever have to hard cast it, which I'm okay with, but I feel like, at least, if we work on sprites or sprite atlas, we're gonna have to remember these numbers, and that's where I run into a bit of a problem. But it also could be just a thing I have to keep an eye on. Another thing we could do when the silence freaked me out, I had to blow my nose. Let's see, cookie, and then we have, let's see, you here, Coco, and set you to 2. For now, 0, 1, 2. Okay, and then we can go back into here, and we don't even need type to frame because the frame will be these guys on here. And another thing is too, actually, I'm thinking, because the future idea is, are these sprites going to be animated? Are they going to have cool and neat stuff? If that is the case, an atlas might not be a good idea, or it might be. For example, if I copy this guy here, and just to show you, because I don't want to future think too much, but I also want to make sure cleaning, or when I add more content, it's easy to add in the future. So if we go into here, say for example, I wanted to add an animated sprite for our icons. And let's see here, just cake. Right now, they are single frame. So you have the 0 frame, and let me check that over. 0, and then this is 1, and then this is 2. 2. And that's the index currently. And you have cake, C-A-K-E. That is a funny cake, but you know what? It's fine. Cake, we have cookie, C-O-O-K-I-E. And then we also have cocoa. So C-O-C-O-A. But what if I want to have multiple frames? And the last thing I heard was, let's try this. Silence. I didn't mean to leave you in the dark for so long, Zero. And maybe matrix notation? Can you elaborate a little bit, Malphabet? I've never heard of that one before. That's a new one. Let's see. Copy you, drag it down, and move you into here. Because we could also just say, no atlas. Each item has a different texture. But I wanted to see if I could get myself good at item or atlases. Because it might just be a case of, we can't do atlas anymore. Maybe it's just a thing of each item. But you gotta remember as well, right? Each object has 9 icons, or at least the dishes. And we're gonna have to think about the dishes in the same way as well. 0, 0, ooh. That looks like some sort of map. And your code is making me hungry with all this talk of cake, cookies, and cocoa. It's only a bite away. Let's see. And if the cake has 2 sprites, then it's going to be 0 and 1. They're both cake. I see what you're saying though, Malphabet. Just wondering how would you do it? Like that there. I'm sorry, it's math? No worries. I know I need more math understanding. I can't avoid it forever. My problems cannot be avoided forever. Let's see. Move you about here, and then you there, and you here. And copy you here. I'm thinking it might be better to stray away from Atlas. That just might be what we have to do for now. As maybe leaning more towards resources would be better. A cake resource, which is kind of what we have. A dish resource, which is, dish resource. Now, how can we do that one? Possibly. I'm thinking it is going to be just a whole structure change is what's going to be needed. Let me go ahead and remove you here, and remove you here. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's 2 frames, so 2 frames. F-R-A-M-E-S. 2 frames. And my question is, and yeah, I know I'm right there. Hi, Zero. Right now, with the current situation, we have 1 frame, so it's fine. 1, and then I'll just grab you. 1 frame. But if I ever were to want to animate the sprite, then it would be 2 frames. And how would you keep that? Malphabet suggested the matrix idea, and I'm thinking. It's also a thing of, what if we have 2 frames for some animations, 1 frame for another? Is it a thing of we're just going to have to have the same exact frames? Am I thinking about this too much? Or is it a thing of maybe we just should avoid this problem altogether and keep it not animated? But I would love to have animations for different things. So what can we do? Let's see. Because I don't know what I want these icons to be. They're going to be, I believe, spell parchments. I think that would be fun. As again, we're not dealing with items. We're not dealing with flour and eggs as your products. We're dealing with them as you're creating a spell, you're spell casting. So you need ink, which are the flavors, and then these are going to be the scrolls you use. So is a scroll just going to be a PNG of different scrolls? Is it going to be animated? Is it going to be opened? And since I don't know the answer to that, maybe that's something I just have to find the answer to. And then we can create the scroll idea, like that there. And shaders? Ooh, I don't know too much about shaders, but shaders is certainly an option, as shaders are magical. I wish I knew more about them, and that might be something I have to learn more about, as they're complicated because you don't know about them, but once you learn about them, they're not too complicated. I currently have a shader in my game, but okay, let's see. So cake, 2 cakes, yeah. So either you do your own modifications outside of code, or you could do them inside of code, and yeah. And shaders are scary? They are, but you can't avoid your problems forever. I do agree though, they're horrifying, they're nightmare fuel. But eventually, we gotta conquer those fears. We gotta take risks. So let's see. 2 frames, cake. Yeah, okay. So what I'm thinking is, at the moment, I don't think I've said that before. Okay, we're good. We have a resource, and hi TV, welcome to the stream. What's up, lads? Doing great. I hope you're doing great too, and I can avoid my problems. Emmy, they'll catch up to you, I tell you. I've tried. So let's see. We have a dish, and let's take risks next year, or the year after that. And the next day, and the next day. We have an item, so item, and yeah, they're pretty shady. How terrible. We have a dish, dish, D-I-S-H. And then from there, we have our cookies, our cakes, and let me see if I can just grab and drop those guys. Because I'm thinking, in the long run, this might be better. That way, or not item dish, this is product right now, product. I have a system like this in place for the customers, so maybe it would be just worth copying that system and pasting that system. And oh,
Kurokishi subscribed on YouTube.
Kurokishi? That sounds a little bit right. Kurokishi, maybe. Welcome to this stream, and I can try again if you'd like. And yeah, okay. We have product. Let me rewrite that. Product, P-R-O-D-U-C-T. Product. And our product currently consists of cookie, cocoa, and cake. And let me copy these guys down. So it might be worth it to have a file for each item, but what if, or not each product, yeah, each product icon. My only worry is, because I want a lot of variety, it might not be worth it to have a different file for each, and instead have a master file, but maybe the master file is not what's preferred over the other one, as the hope is, base level, I want to have 10 flavors. Let's see, 10 flavors. 10 flavors, F-L-A-V-O-R-S. That's not other words, the L. F-L-A-V-O-R-S. 10 flavors, which means 10 wizards. So let me write that as well. Wizards, W-I-Z-A-R-D-S. 10 flavors, which are wizards. And then I also want to have, let's say 10 dishes, just as an example. 10 dishes. 10 dishes. D-I-S-H-E-S. 10 dishes, or rather 10 products. So let me grab that product. And to say that, let's do a little math to just show you the scope of what this number means. Just having 10 of different things, 10 products. Okay, if I grab our cake, for example, and I go back into here, and I just grab this and this, currently I have 3 in the game. I have sweet, bitter, and memory. These are the 3 flavors, and that is a 3 by 3, which is 9. So a 10 by 10 would be 100, right? Math, I think. 10 by 10, 10 x 10, 100. And if I have 10 products, because this is just one product, then that's going to be by another 10. So that should be 1,000, I think, if I did my math right. 1,000 sprites. And if each sprite has 3 different animations, then that's going to be 3,100 per product. Yep, that's a lot. And since I know already I'm going to need a lot of files or some sort of system, I'm keeping it small so we can figure out something compact. So it might be a better idea of having, instead of one big file for each, maybe it's better to have 10 and 20 files. And right, so I just followed a short tutorial. Godot's very similar to Unity, though I'm not the happiest about the GDScript. Was it bad, or will you say you're not the happiest? And is it a really bad not happy, or a lot? And maybe we could generate it using code instead of sprites? By we, I mean you. Would you mind elaborating a little bit, Malphabet? And absolute shaders. Shaders, shaders. I'm gonna have to look more into the capability of shaders, because I know a few things about shaders, and it's also the thing of, I don't need to make this complicated. I have to keep that in mind. It could just be a thing of, it shines a different way. You can see, right now, currently, the cakes are just recolored. That is all they are currently, and I feel like that's something shaders could do. but I want to have different looks to the cakes as well. And yeah, generating code, that's nice stuff. Yeah, and just use a shader for the textures. I'm gonna have to Google that. Let's see, because I don't know too much about shaders. Shaders, and textures. TXTRES. And you can use bindings and write code or other languages and compile it in a shared library and connect it to Godot. I write on the Goulong now. Oh, hi, Skillet Fun. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. And let's see, like modifying pixel values using code for animation. Ooh, I have heard of that before. Could be few overlapping layers that move. And you can map sprite parts to inputs and modify shapes, colors by inputs. And so you have 1 or 2 cakes and just map colors to another one. Yeah, for example, here, our example of our cake, I might have lava cake, so it's just spicy, and it has fire coming out of it. But maybe for another one, we have a cake where the cake is really misformed, or maybe the cake has, it's actually it looks like a cookie, but it's still a cake. These are different sprites, and you're saying I could do shaders with this, different sprites? Because depending on, it's not going to be a recolor, it's going to be a different type. And shaders literally swap out specific colors. Yeah. But I don't want to swap out colors. I want to swap on, hi, Eris. Hello, and hi, Rig. Welcome to stream. You don't need to go to shaders to change the hue either. Yes, I do know about modulation. And instead of making sprites for each, why not have 10 toppings and add them on top of cakes? That's a great idea, Robert. That's a great one, yeah. If you have a cake but you would run into the toppings, right? But then the toppings, I guess, would be, I don't know. And you can only mask effects as well, not only colors. And let me grab that name. Let's see. Clonkwork. Welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow. And you can do game objects with multiple sprites on different layers. Yeah, you can. But wouldn't you just run into the problem of files again and do both? Let me grab these words so I can look into them, because I'm really curious on these ideas, and I do appreciate all of the ideas as well. Let me grab them. And let's see. Copy you, paste you here, move you down, grab you there, and let's see. Scroll up a little bit. You can do game objects, yep. And maybe solution's not technical, but project management solution. Scale down the feature. This is what I'm talking about, Mouse a bit. It could certainly be a feature creep, and I don't want that. And you can use the sprite sheet for all of the different cakes and just change the picture by changing the animation frame. That's what I'm thinking, or that's initially what I have right now. For example, if we go back up here, you can see if it's 2 frames for each animation, 1 big sheet, and then you just have two numbers, or you would have the start and the end for each. That could be an idea. And good day, PawnXPawn. Welcome to stream. Hello. And it'll be easier if you would draw several cakes you want and just think which parts can be separated and what stuff can be recolored. Yeah. This is where the idea of pixel art or art and game come together, because depending on how I format the art, it'll work differently in the program. And let's see, go back down here. Okay. The solution I'm thinking of, which might be the easiest, but also maybe the most intense. But again, my game might be small enough that it doesn't matter right now in terms of optimization. And you can have these layers sprite for cake, a dozen for toppings, and a dozen for effects. If you get 1,000 variations for 100 or so sprites. Yeah, let's see. I also don't want to do too much work with drawing, since there's going to be so many variations. But we have a single cake, and then you have the different toppings and different colors. I could see that being a thing as well. Like you have berries for this guy here, and it's a different color. You then have the flame one, like we talked about earlier. But I want to have different looks to the cakes if I can help it. That's something I also wanted to try. So I think for now, at least until I look into more of a structure idea, the words, the one about, let me see, erase this guy here, put you back here. One where we just have sheets. Because let me show you how I currently have the wizard set up. Maybe that can make it a little bit easier on the idea I'm thinking of. And I did read that good. Okay, let me show you how I currently have the wizard set up. I'm refactoring cakes today. We were working on flavors, but then we broke some things, and now the code, because of the refactoring, is broken. So we have to figure out how to fix it. And hi, Claude. Welcome in. Let's see. Okay, how I have wizards currently set up is I have a customer, and we go to the customer here just to show you how I have the customer set up. I'm thinking this might be good for the cakes or everything really. You have a customer. The customer themselves has a profile to show what customer they are, and they also have a sprite. This sprite is not an actual sprite, it is another node. And in this node, we have, if I go into, let's see, state manager. Oh no, where am I? I'm lost. Close you, reopen you, entities, customer, assets, state machine, no, that's not what I want. Assets, sprite, nope, state machine. Where are your Mancer? Mancer. There we are. Don't know why I couldn't find in the customer assets. There you are. Okay, Mancer sprites. So this sprite is actually a node. And if we go in here, you can see it is a node consisting of an actual sprite and an animation player. And from there, anytime I want to make a new wizard, what I do is I make a new, offset of the Mancer sprite. So this Mancer sprite's the parent. And then, for example, we have the Medimancer. And the Medimancer is just the Medimancer sprite with an animation. Why I'm thinking this might be better for me is because of also what I'm doing with a sprite. How I currently have it set with a sprite is if I go into this guy here, for example, and look up our Medimancer and then open it in a sprite. If I want customers to have different animations, different things that are going on, and I don't want to worry about importing, exporting, this is the system I figured out. If we go into Medimancer here, and then I open up a sprite. Oh, a sprite's already opening up. Lovely. And I bring you into a sprite. Let's see, a sprite. Where are we at? No. Draw. If I modify this guy here, it'll automatically update this sprite in the game. And I can make the walk sprite as long as I want or as short as I want for any different variation. But it also plays back into the idea of this is a lot of work that I might not need to do. But I'm thinking we can set it up like this, where each can get their own page. Because then if I want to modify it or change it, I just have to modify this eSprite file and it'll do the rest of the work for me. So it won't be too much work, still some work, but maybe, possibly, maybe, I'm thinking. Ideas are being flung right now as again, I got to think about that number. Right now, if I were, and we go back into concept here, in my current system, 9 different sprites, 9 different files. The goal, if it's 10 flavors and 10 products, 1,000 sprites. And at that point, I don't think that system would work. And with the shaders idea, I do like that one. And is it the kind of standard stuff where you have one file with a bunch of textures? Yep, it's called an atlas. I think a sprite atlas. That's what this guy is. This is an atlas currently. That might be more preferred. And I can just have an atlas. I think, well, I don't know how many layers I could do. But if each has 100 layers, let me see. A sprite. How many layers? ASEPRITE. A sprite layer amount. Let's see. A sprite layer amount. The set maximum layer. Okay, that might be better then. If we have a file for each type, that might be better. I think that could work better. And though classically it isn't separated by items, I think, yeah, I've seen the Minecraft ones. I've studied those before. So what I'm thinking is 100 flavors, all these guys. Instead, we have 10 files for each product. And in these 10 files, so just as an example here, in these 10 files, and let me grab the A sprite as well. And palette swapping shaders are always nice. Yeah, but I don't want to palette swap quite. I want to have different looks to different things. That's the thing. I want to make each look different, but it also might be putting more work on me, which I don't quite like the idea of. I would like to make this as painless as possible, but I also want it to have a lot of customization. So it's the thing of, you're either trading off, what is it? Trading off, it's a trade-off. Do you want less time spent on things and less space used? Or, well, I mean, less time spent on things, but figuring out the shaders would also be time spent, me learning. So it wouldn't maybe not be less time spent, but do you want less file management or more file management? If you go with less file management, you'll have to learn a new skill and understand something new. If you do more, that's just more work you do that you already know of. And outsource the work. Well, the thing is, I like for as much as possible for this game to be made by me. I recently had a music jam where some songs were not made by me that I'll be adding to the game. But ideally, I'd like for most, that way I can point to say and say, look, this, I made this. Aside from these things, I did this. So what I'm thinking is, instead we have these guys here, and each frame can be associated with a flavor. So instead of walk right, walk left, it'll be sweet bitter. Let's see, why does this guy look so big? There we are, sweet bitter. I think this might play out better. Sweet, bitter, and so on. Sweet, bitter. 10 of these guys, or 10 layers of these, I think would work out better. And if I ever need to add them now, hopefully we'll never go to the 10 frames ideas. And you can have both. Have some PNGs with a bunch of them as mapping, fire one at 10, 12, 15, and water is a shader, water shader in frame at. Yeah, I don't know if I wanna, well, I would like to look at shaders. But the thing is also, this is supposed to be a small, well, it's supposed to be a learning project, but also a small project. And, well, it's turning into a big one, but I want to take on certain battles at the moment. I don't want to learn too many things. I want to, for example, I want to learn how to do saving systems, loading systems. That's going to be something I want to learn. So I'm not sure if I want to conquer shaders at this point, because I feel like they're their own battle. But I will save your point, TB, as it's a really good point. So let's see, sweet bitter. Yeah, I think this works out better. Sweet, bitter. Sweet bitter, ER. Yeah, okay. So let's see if we can create this idea and then pair it up with our current products, flavors, things of that nature. Let's try. So what I'll do is I'll bring you into, we're going all over the place in programs, aren't we? Let's see. What will I do? As I can do a lot of things, but none of them probably aren't a good idea. Let me go into our items here. Item, let's see, close you, and then cafe, and then entities, entities, objects, game objects, books, plates, trash. No, you're looking for entities. Nope, items, icons, interactables. Dishes, items. There we are. Product item. Yeah. Okay. Let me bring you into you here so we can see. So product item, all of you guys here. What we'll do is we'll make a new folder, call it create new, and we'll call it Asprite. A-S-E-P-R-I-T-E. Asprite. And Asprite here will host different folders, different files. And what I'll do is I will grab our dish or our product or dish icon atlas. Yeah, that works. We'll go ahead and open it in File Manager. And then I'll drag and drop it into Asprite. And then let's see. Let's try this. So this is what comes to mind. And again, as I said, I will look into the idea of, what's the word I'm looking for? I'll look and see about, oh, I drew that good. I'll look and see about the, oh no, I'm forgetting words. I'll look and see about the shaders. I do like these ideas, but it's a little bit hard to communicate and explain and try right now, as I have to look at videos to understand things and see them in action. But I will certainly have a look at that, as I know I'm gonna have to do shaders eventually. Can't avoid it forever. We'll also use our example of a cake and cookies. Let's see, Atlas, open you up. So we have cake we can look at. We have cookies and all of you guys. Let's see if we can restructure these to something that might be easier to maintain for the moment, at the very least moment. And we'll go into, because you are sweet, bitter memory, and hi, busy. Welcome to stream, and thank you. I am surely going to need it. I can agree to that one. Let's go into, let's see, draw here. And so now we have all of these guys up on board, and that happens to me all the time. Yeah. Oh boy, I tell you, it is a ride. Let me go ahead, grab you here, and it is a 32 by 32. And then what we'll do here is we'll call this our product sprite, P-R-O-D-U-C-T, product sprite. From here, I'll make sure to add it to our folder. So if we go into Godot here, assets, yep, assets, and I'm looking for, not dish anymore, I'm looking for our Asprite one, Asprite. I'll go ahead and items, open up File Manager. That way I can just save this guy where it needs to go. So we'll go ahead and save product sprite in this guy and save it. And I'd say the easiest would be to make a cake controller prefab that has several Sprite 2D nodes for the different things that can change. And, you know, those are a lot of words. Okay. I'd say the easiest would be to make a cake controller that has several Sprite 2D nodes for the different types of things. That's what I'm thinking. I think that would be. And shaders, I'm thinking shaders might be overkill, but they could also be a good exercise for me to learn more about shaders. What I'm thinking at the moment is we have this guy, and then it would be new frame, and the new frame, and then we just label these tags. For example, this tag is going to be new tag, and this tag is going to be labeled cake. Now, I would have to have these guys as, I would have to keep in mind the names, and I think that's okay. We would have then a new tag here. It's going to be cookies. Now, I don't know if I did cookies or cookie, so let me double check on that. If we go into dish types, it is set as cookie, and then we have cocoa. So if I just keep that in mind, cookie, C-O-O-K-I-E, and then we also have cocoa. So new tag, and it's going to be COCOA, Coco. And the idea is that if I want more animated frames, all I'd have to do is just do new frame here, and it stays in Cake. So now Cake has 2 frames, possibly. We'll see how well this works. And the most easiest one would be to write custom diffusion models with OpenCL that would generate different cakes at runtime. What? Huh? And basics of shaders aren't that hard. It's mostly trial and error in shaders preview. Yeah. I used shaders before, and I can actually show you, as I've done it before, and I've done trial and error before. If we go into, I think, our main menu, or actually our out of screen menu, out of game screen, out of screen scene, this is a shader. This rolling image is a shader. I have messed around with them, and this is the one time I did. So it's a thing of, I've tried them before, and I remember it not being too bad, but I'm gonna have to really, really learn to understand it. And I've done the error part of trial and error. That's a lot more than most people, Emmy. Some people don't even give it a shot, but you at least did something. Oh boy, this is about a day's worth of figuring out. But the more you do it, the better you should hopefully get at understanding it. So it's also a thing of, certainly, I think, if I get into it, I can learn more. What I'll do here is we'll go to our dish icon atlas, and I'll grab our cake. And I'm going to put the cake in this guy here. Then we'll go to cookie, we'll grab our cookie, copy, and then from here, we'll grab cookie, paste cookie, and then we have Coco. Last for Coco, we copy it, we go ahead and paste it. So now we have cake, cookie, and Coco. And the idea here is that anytime I want to add an animation or something else, I can just add it to this guy. So we'll go ahead and save this. And now let's go back into our dish item, or a product item. Gotta remember the names on that one. So programming, back here again. Lenny screens are swapping back and forth. Let me go ahead and close you, and close you. We have in here our product item. And it's not, well, it is going to be a sprite. It's going to be sprite. Sprite's fine, it's a-okay. From our sprite, this is the neat part, and it's, I don't know if I showed this guy off. It's called ASEPRITE, A Sprite Wizard. Yeah, this is the plugin I'm using, A Sprite Wizard. I don't think I have it on the plugins I use, so let me double check on that, as I've been enjoying this plugin. It's made A Sprite easy to use in Godot. And let's see, I can't remember which shortcut allows you to select squares. I use W for the wand, and then I double click for hotkeys. So yeah, it's not a, well, you said shortcut. So you just double click on the square, and you should be able to do it. And I did that. Good. Okay. Let me grab this here to make sure A Sprite Wizards is on the list, as this one here, once I figured it out, it made the process of using A Sprite and Godot a lot easier. So from here, once that's enabled, we have our sprite, and this sprite guy is going to be an, well, that's fine. We have a sprite. We're also going to need an animation player. So this guy here will add animation player. There you go. Animation player is looking at our sprite, so we're good to go. From here, we click mode, and it's going to be animation player. We select the animation, we select the A Sprite file. So I'm going to go into our cafe. We go into our, let's see, interactables. We go into items, we go into A Sprite, and it's going to be that product sprite, A Sprite. We can go then and then see about output, make sure it's embedded. All these guys are good to go. I can then import it, and it'll do all the paying for me. And now we have in here our cake, our cocoa, and our cookie. So what I'm thinking is, depending on the type, now we just set it to the animation, and these guys will loop. Is the hope that I'm thinking will happen and be a thing. But again, we'll say. So let's go in here into our product item, and then back here, we have sprite. We can drag and drop our sprite. Oh, hold on. Sprite. Yeah, you. Hold on. Sprite. There we go. Okay. And I'm wondering as well, in our item, export var sprite. Yeah, okay. We'll do that. That way, you do your own thing. Whatever you want to do for these guys, I can do for everyone. I'm not sure how I like this quite yet, but we can come back to it. It's all, you just gotta place things down to start fixing things. So back in here, what we have is type to frame. What we can hopefully do, because we have these animations as their name, is we just have to grab the dictionary type. We don't have to do type to frame anymore. We set the type. So if type, let's see, if type is, and then we can say dish.type, and then we'll say, well, if it's not, if not type is, let's see, then we're going to return, and then we're also going to have a hard or soft warning. I think for now, just for now, it is fine to do something like utility utility, utility dot print, and we'll do print debug message, and we'll say item incorrect, incorrect. Yeah, I think that's right. Incorrect product type. There we are. And then we'll have it here, and then that'll be debug utility dot, and then debug color, and then dot notify. That way we know if it's the incorrect product type. Incorrect product type cannot set. There we go. That way we get a hint if things go wrong, and it'll return here. And we'll also just grab this guy here. Well, set sprite should have the sprite, so we should be fine. Saying that, let's go ahead and move you here. So now that we know that our type is dish type, we'll go ahead and set our set type, new type. There we go. And also copy you to item type, new type. There you are. Product item. So type should equal new type. There you go. And from there, we just set the sprite. And I'm wondering as well, maybe we can just do it all in here. I don't know if it has to be in a different guy. I don't mind doing like this instead to make it less painful on us. Just set type, and then we just set the type like that. There we go. I think that works better. It also looks a little bit cleaner. In our set type, we first check if the type is the type we're looking for, and check is old. Oh no, what do you mean? And yeah, what do you mean exactly, TP? And let's see. Type equals new type. Yep. And then from here, what we'll do is wait. Sure. We're also going to need our animation player. So grab you here and grab access as unique name. And let's see. Grab you here. And if not type, if not new type. What do you mean exactly, TB? Type equals new type. Yeah. If not type. If type is... Oh, I think I understand what you mean. Like this? Is that better? Thank you for catching that one. Let's see. Type, new type. Makes sense now. If type is not dish type. Not only that one. Oh, I'm all ears. Let's see. Type equals dish. We'll do animation player dot play, and it should be an animation string. And what we should be able to do here is do string, and then I'm thinking dish dot type dot, and then we'll do find key, and then we do type, and then we do dot, and we should be able to do that. Should be fine. I think that's fine. And then it just plays the animation, I think. And you were setting new type but checking old member value. Huh? What do you mean? Type, new type, if type is... Oh! I understand. Thank you again. Oh boy, okay. If new type is not dish type, don't do anything. Otherwise, set the type to the new type and set type to key. Makes sense now. I think this will work. The issue is we'll have to check it, but for now, we'll do this. And then we'll also set it for the other guy. And having fun? I'll let you take a guess. I'm having fun in the sense of I'm learning. I am understanding things. I'm making progress. And what does this function do exactly? We set the type of the product, and we set it the sprite based on the animation. And actually, we don't even need the sprite. The sprite should take care of itself. It sets the product type and also sets it based on the animation player. And hydrate, sure, assign it to the setter of the type. Can you elaborate a little bit, Rig? And let me get water here. And hi, Whitechapel. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And yep, water. Let's see. Okay, there we're good. Oh, there we're good. We're good to go. And from here, what we'll do is remove you here, do that there. And this just needs to be set for our flavor item. So for our flavor, and then we have flavor item here and flavor item. Yep, and we're just gonna do paste here. And it's going to be flavor item, FLAVRR. Flavor item type is going to be flavor.type, flavor.type. And then we have you, and then we have you here. And then, oh, we should also set one for none as well. I think that'll be handy. And again, the nice part is all I have to do is just go back into draw here. And then I can set a new, so new frame, new frame, grab you here, drag and drop you here, slide you over to here, and set this new, well, let's see, move you here, there. Right click this guy, new tag, set it to none. And then for our none tag, if it should be the case that it's bad, we'll just set it to black. I can then hop back over into hey sprite, and it'll load itself. And let's see, apparently she does the links. Yep. Let's see, this guy here, and go into, where are we at? Might be better to go through, let's see. And you can set a function to call any time type is assigned something. So under the hood, it calls set type function when you blah type equals type. Huh. And property setter, let's go. And I did read that. So I like C#. I don't know C#, but I do know C++. We go back into programming here. And if we take a look here, if we click on our sprite, we click on import, and then we go here, none is now added. So if it is the case that it's none, we should be able to see none. As if I click cake here, you can see none. None's now a thing. And let's see, it's not loading for me. So what I'll do is go to here and then do, let's see, properties, setters, and getters. Go for. There we are. Properties, setters, and getters. There should be, let's see. Setters and getters glossary. Yeah, I'm looking for setters and getters. It won't give me the link, or it's not trying to at least. GDScript basics, Godot engine stable, all of you, yeah, you. GDScript basics, yeah. Properties, setters, and getters, Godot 4. Let's try that. This link's not working. And hello, Mochi, hello! And check on setter, you might like it. I do remember setters and getters. I did enjoy them. I thought they were handy. Setters and getters, setters and getters and Godot 4, maybe you, possibly. Where are you at? Set health underscore. As you may recall, this might be something I also have to look into once stream is over to understand it a little bit more. Possibly. I love setters and getters in C#. When I use them in conjunction with events and fire events with a variable change, it does sound very helpful. Yeah. Okay, hold on. This is about 1 minute long. So you know what? Let's look at this together. It shouldn't be too bad. 1 minute long. I'm not opposed to that. Let me click on. Let's see you here. Okay, let's take a look. So hold on. You can't hear it at the moment. Let me do this guy here, and let's see you here. Close you here. I should be able to make you multiple speed. Let's see playback. Let's see there, and then there. Okay, and love. I did read that, and okay, here we are. And let's see. What I'm using. I should be able to allow that one, but it won't let me allow. And hi, Jared. Welcome to stream. And want to see the game? Sure, Mochi. I can do, not at this moment I can show you, but I can do necrotype. Currently, there's a bug that we're trying to fix, but for the most part, the game is semi-functional. I can't even load it up at the moment. So you kind of caught me in a bit of a rough spot. But if you want to try it out, as I hopefully should be able to fix it by the end of stream, this is the game here. It is Necrotype Cafe. Currently, the prototype is out on itch. The prototype's broken, so we're fixing it. Alrighty, let's see. Setters and getters.
Getter functions are used to run custom logic when data is written to or read from in our code. In Godot 3, we use the setGet keyword followed by the name of our setter and getter functions. In Godot 4, the setGet keyword is gone, and we instead have two options for defining our setter and getter functions. The first option is quite similar to Godot 3, but instead of the syntax setGet followed by our function names, we now just place a colon after the variable and assign our functions to the set and get properties.
I think I understand.
The other option is to place a colon and define the set and get functions right after it. So I care about running custom logic via setter and getter functions.
Fancy. Okay, I think I somewhat understand. Let me put you back here and here. Let's go back into this guy here. Okie dokie. So, from my understanding, when this type is set. So, and getters get things. Get it? Get it? Got it? Good. The thing is, we have a bit of a funny guy at the moment. This type is, we have two types, and I guess that's something we're gonna have to modify. Cute characters. Thank you, Mochi. Thank you. I try and I do what I can. If only it wasn't broken at the moment, I could show you a little bit more in detail. And it's very useful. Yeah, okay. I guess second question is, because right now we have the type, and well, actually, let me finish this. If not flavor.type, you hear incorrect flavor type, and then we have dish.find, but it's going to be flavor.type.find key find. Yeah, it's the same exact code, but I don't know at the moment how you would modify it, because this guy here is different. And if we go back into, let's see, I don't see our dish type. So a dish type, or product type, product underscore PRODUCT underscore type, product item. Yeah, you. These guys are essentially the same, but I don't know at the moment how to make them. Yeah, you can see they're the same in mostly every sense of the way. It's just the wording or the type is different. And the issue I'm having at the moment is I wish I could just combine them. That would make them easier. We have here also our item, and the item is a guy of these two. But then, and I don't like this, I know it's wrong, I just don't know a better answer. There's also this internal type. So they call the function of this guy here, and then internal type is supposed to equal type, and that does not sound right. And does Godot have generics? I remember the word, but I don't know the specifics. If you wouldn't mind trying to elaborate a little bit. But I don't really like them. Let's see, because it's implicit behavior, explicit, implicit. It is implicit behavior. Explicit is better than implicit. Ooh, words. Implicit. Explicit. Included, not included. I think that's what those words mean just about. And we also have to set it for our flavor. So let's go ahead and do these guys here so that we're one and the same. So let me go ahead and bring you back into Sprite really quickly. And let's finish up these guys. I'll do a file, I'll save as, and I'll make this a copy. So we have product sprite and we have flavor sprite. And ads already. My! And are you familiar with Bitmask? No. I just learned that those things were even a thing the other month. I've heard of them though. Let me have the ads run while we're just updating the flavor guy here. Oh boy, have I heard of them. I've heard, well, they're more on the old school side of things, but they're very handy. But from what I've heard as well, at least when it comes to, what is the word I'm looking for? At least when it comes to Godot 4, they modified it so you couldn't do what you could in previous versions of Godot. So it's right now currently worse because a lot of the functions or systems aren't as they were before. It's been nerfed. Let's see. We have sweet. We have bitter. Bitter. And then we have memory. Memory. M-E-M-O-R-I. Memory. And then all we have to do for you here is remove you. And then we just go into our not dish atlas icon, not you. We're looking for our flavor guys. Let's just modify these guys here and add our flavor sprites. And also ads. Yep. I'm just modifying. I don't know if you can hear me from beyond. I'm just doing file organization. And no generics in Godot as far as I checked. Got ya. Though maybe I have missed them. It's like CPP templates. And can the character be changed later? If you mean the main character Mochi, nope. She's the main character. She has a whole backstory and everything. The idea is that she, Gabriella, is a necromancer who doesn't want to go, well, she doesn't want to become a necromancer. She's sent to a prestigious wizard academy by her family who are a bunch of necromancers, but she doesn't want to become a necromancer. So the whole theme is that it's not supposed to be any character, it's her character. And you can pause functions to function as ARG. Let's see. Let me get product on here. Maybe that could be a fun idea though. And hi, is it Ryson? Welcome to the stream. And variants allow for a lot of generic behavior. Yeah, I'd like for something. And the thing is, I also learned about variants the other week. So it's not something I have a lot of knowledge on, but I feel like variants would be a good idea. And GDScript before they added static typing was generic. That makes sense. And rig is Twitch. Oh, I see. Got ya. That makes more sense. Welcome in from the other side. Now let's see here. Product, I don't know. Flavor combo, flavor description, flavor parser. We're looking for our flavor icon. You. Yep. And then we'll just grab and drop this guy. Drag and drop. Necromancer with a cute skeleton pet. She is this is also 16 by 16. She is a necromancer with a spider familiar, and I hope to add in the game skeleton butlers. So they won't be pets, they'll be people you can employ, but I hope it'll be a lot of fun and lovely. So you should just do that to avoid copying and pasting so much code, and you can define lambda. I remember lambda. I don't remember exactly, but I remember those words. I remember not enjoying those words. This is 16 by 16. And then from here, let's see. Grab our none stays none. And I'm back. Welcome back from the ads. It says there's about 12 more seconds left. I remember lambda. Oh boy, do I remember. I remember, I think they were very confusing. Possibly, maybe. And welcome back from the ads. You've not missed much at all. I'm just copying our files to make sure our flavor icon atlas also reflects what it should be. And then we can go ahead and go back into programming here. Let's see. And then from here, we should see. And poor Eris, it's like she's surrounded by wizards. Well, that's another reason why I stream, because it allows me to get knowledge from people who know what they're doing. Let's see. Flavor item. You are here. Flavor item is not an actual thing at the moment. It is not. Okay, let's go back to our items here. We have item, we have product item, flavor item. Yeah, you need to be duplicated, and you're going to be flavor item. Let's copy you, flavor, and lambda, let's go. It looks like, oh, yeah, I remember lambdas. I don't want to remember lambdas. Oh boy. Oh man, but I remember the look of it. It looks neat as in the look, but the actual idea is, oh man, my head hurts. Let's go ahead and make sure that's disconnected. Then we'll go ahead and reconnect it. So let's see, reattach script. And the script we're going to reattach is our flavor item script. Yep. And then we'll make sure that this guy here is renamed to, renamed to flavor item as well. And then we'll take this right and that should be good to go. So flavor item. It reminds me I should relearn C++ and probably Java. It's been a while. I do want to learn Java. And man, I wish I had your energy. There's so many things I want to do, but it's just never enough time. The thing is though, I get like 5 hours of energy, and then after the stream, I'm going to go take a nap, and I'm going to get more energy, and then take a nap. And simple code first, optimize later. Yeah. That's beforehand, I was always about optimization, but I realized I didn't get much things done. So now I'm trying for a thing of, we can focus on making sure it exists, and then optimize later. That's the hope I'm hoping to accomplish. We can then just change our interactable cafe to flavor sprite, click on open here, click on import. It should re-import all of our flavor icons. Now we have these guys. Animation player should have all of our flavors loaded up. And so I think we're getting closer. And lambda is just a name for a nameless function. It's a function that takes in a lambda function. It's treated like a variable. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like a variable, but it's a function. It can't decide what it wanted to be. Let's see. So yeah, okay. These guys, I think, are fine for now, but I don't like this. Because this here, I feel like this guy, or these two guys, could be put into here. Is this where a lambda function might go into place, or a callable in GDScript? What if we were to do, I'm wondering, I'm thinking, because I do like the idea of having the items as their own areas, their own entities, but the script itself, I feel like, could be different. I feel like a script doesn't have to be, but then it's also the thing of type. What do? Is there a way to get the type of the variant you're using? If I do, Godot 4, get type of variant. Let's see. Get type of. Huh. Okay, I think I understand. I think there's a possible way to do it. And callables in GDScript? Oh yeah, I do remember callables. I think there's a possibility we can do this guy here. I think it's possible. Let's see. If I grab this guy here and I go back to you here, what we can possibly say is, let's see, set type. This set type can stay as this type here. And then from there, set type. Okay, you are new type. If new type is not, but how can we so that we can check to see? And let's see, you can make lambda callables, lambda/callables that would check if type is correct. So it would be function that returns bool if your item is okay or not. Though the abstraction might not be worth it. Yeah, I'm just wondering about that abstraction part. Because everything in my soul from college is telling me this is not a good idea. But you know what? I'm not in college anymore. I'm free. I'm unshackled. However, it was very handy, and I am grateful I went, as I did learn a lot. I wouldn't be here today without it. For now, let's just see if we can get the game functional. And hey, hello again. Hi, McQueen. I believe it was, right? Welcome back into stream. Welcome. Okay, let's see if it works. That's step one, right? Before we can even think about merging these guys together, let's see if we can get this portion functional. So let's go back into our item manager. We're also going to need to go to our bookshelf. So let's go to our bookshelf here. Bookshelf scene. Yep, bookshelf, you. Our type and our icon sprite. Yeah, okay. Type icon sprite. So when we do you here, yep, we're looking not for bookshelf then, or customer manager. I don't think you're important right now. Item select icon. Aha. You. New type, icon type. I think what we can see about is keep the icon type, that's fine. Icon type, also fine here. If icon typer, interesting. Okay, what we'll say then is you here, and we'll grab icon. Possibly, we'll see. And hey yo, hi, not cub eye. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Welcome to red danger. So let's see. We have on here type, set icon. And instead I'm going to do type here. And then we have on you type and thank you to the sweetheart.
Sweetheart Draws just subscribed.
Thank you for the subscription and welcome in. I hope you enjoy your sprites or your emotes. We've been talking about sprites so much, it just went all to my mind. But thank you again for the subscription. I hope you enjoy. Let's see. Okay, and here. I can see you're already using it. Be free. So let's see here. Var right type, bool new type, item dish type. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna do something a little funny. We're gonna do something no man has ever done before. You there. We are going to say if, okay, maybe not. Hold on. If type is, and then we can say dish.type. Yeah. Pass. If you are you, yeah. And then else, pass. Else, we do that. Now, I'm not sure if there's a way to do switch case. Is there a possible way to do a switch case? I usually prefer switch cases or match cases in the sense, because I think that's what Godot calls it, match case. Switch cases are C++, match cases, Godot. Is there a way to check the type in a match case sort of way? I would like that a little bit better. That feels nicer to me. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Var, and then I can do, let's see, type of variant. There is a way to do it. If type of variant type dot string. Oh, okay. Type or let's see, variant. Var variant equals type of, like that, and then I can type. And then we can do match case. So I think I can do match, and then we're going to do variant. And then if it is the case that it is variant dot type dot, and then it's dish dot type, I think, pass, like that. Aha! I see. And then we have else. So let's see. And else would be an underscore, something like this for any other case. So then we do dish.type, go back to here. We don't need that V. I don't know where that V came from. Variant.type. So cannot find dish in variant.type. Oh no. I think something went amiss here, but I'm thinking it's possible. This would be flavor. Like that. And let's see. And I hate multiple if, else, or match switch perfect dictionary with callables. It depends on how long the type case is. I prefer this to the if, else because you can read everything. But I can't say I understand why you don't like it. A nice idea. Thank you. And there could be, though, check docs. I'm seeing that there is. I just don't think I'm maybe doing it right. Possibly. We'll see. But I can understand your pain, Skillet, as if I go to our player here, I have a few very long switch cases. If we just go down here, down a little bit. I have cleaned it up very well, but it's still very messy. Where are we at? Here we are. I think it's let's see, if customer match. There we are. We have match customer status, and it does different statuses. I can understand your pain. I think this might be one where it's very long. It was longer, but then I made them into functions. So it was long. Oh, you shortened it. Imagine all of these functions that are down here in that one function. I cleaned it up. And I'm new to coding and have no idea what your second part means. I'm guessing it's a dictionary with functions, if I had to guess, because callables are like functions, I think. If I'm understanding it correctly, it calls the function depending on the dictionary key. And I'm gonna go to bed right now. I wish you good luck with refactoring. Thank you, Mr. Retector. Right? Thank you for coming, and thank you for stopping by, and I hope you have a lovely rest, as rest is very important. So let's see here. Go back to you. Why are you angry? If equal match variant, the variant.type using is operator. Yeah, Godot get type. how do I find out the underlying type of a variable? If is or switch dot variant type. So is it more so type dot variant VARIANTTYPE? Like that? VARIANTTYPE. And then you do that, and then variant.type nil, variant.type int. Something's off. We can figure it out surely though. And don't worry, if else and switch, the compilation results are the same. Yeah. For me at least, I said it again. I like this feels nicer to me. That's why I prefer it over the if else. It feels like I can see what's going on easier than the if else, or if else. So let's see. You there, dish flavor. This, I think, is semi-correct, possibly. Let's see, case, switch, oh no, it's switch case. That's not Godot, GDScript. Variant. How do we check the variant type? Let's see. Oh, here we are. Match type of. That's what it is, type of. Type of. And then you, and then we have type. I think that works. If I click on type of, we should be able to see, returns the internal type of the given variable. Use the variant.type values. See also type.string. Variant.type values. Ooh, do I not get my own variable types? That's no good. Okay, maybe we can't do that then.
Just redeemed posture
and posture check. Sure, hold on. Let me make sure I get nice and straight. Thank you for that, Redeemus. Posture is also very important, and I did read that. Okay, so I think we can't do switch cases. I don't think we can do if else. It just might be a thing, and get it correctly, you have dictionary with functions and functions you need by key. Yeah. Oh, I did get it correctly. Oh, you're saying congratulations, thank you. I'm understanding slowly but surely my knowledge grows. Okay, I don't think this will work because we have custom types. Let's see if, variant type. Can you match custom variant types like that? And let's see, oh, I need to make sure it's Godot 4. And switch is cool. So if you have something with values 1, 2, 3, you would have a table with ASM code addressing and then jump straight forward there. Though different languages could have different implications. I see. Different languages could have different implications. Okay, match define types. Preload match get script. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. Equipment get class. Oh, what's get class? Be aware get class might return the parent class. Oh, no, that's not what we want. We just want enums. Okay, I don't think we will get what we want, and that's okay. Sometimes what you want, you can't have. You just have to accept that. So we'll go back. This was the simplest way, and it should be that way. We'll do that there. That's no harm, no foul. We'll do flavor. There we are. And then else, we'll make sure we say invalid. And we'll also do this here. You there? And assert. Well, how do you assert that? Can you assert false? Would that work? Would that assert and say that's not true? Or how does that work exactly? And let's see, push error. And I want to push the error of invalid icon type. Yeah, that works. And let's see, from here, instead of doing all of these guys now, what we should be able to do is say our icon, let's see, type, icon type, yeah. Item select, an icon type. Ooh. You know what, I just think I figured out something else we'll have to modify. But for now, icon type, item select icon. Yeah, I see. So I'm thinking we do item select icon, and then we go into our item select icon. And this is another case where we have guys that go together, and they should not go together. And what I'm thinking is, again, we'll just have to remove it and set it as an item of some sort. So make a child, that might be better. And do you really need assert after push error though? Push error, assert crashes, right? I believe. Push error crashes. Assert tells you where it happened at. I think those are the two distinctions. And what I'm thinking is under here, we can have icon, and then I'll also make you as access as unique name. And then we'll do, let's see, you here, and we'll drag and drop our icon holder. There we go. And copy you, icon holder, and icon holder. There we are. And then set icon, and all these guys focus on button down. Yeah, we can modify these guys. It should be fine because we're doing it as an icon. And then we need our icon type. What we'll also do is do a var, and we'll set it to be our icon. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Or rather, yeah, icon's fine. Icon, well, I already have an icon type. Go back to icons. What are we seeing? What are these guys? Icon. And what are you? Customer status flavor combo. We might have to modify that too. That's in common. We haven't even reached common yet. Okay, I'm gonna ignore you for now. I'm going to close my eyes and act like I simply do not see. And we're going to go into item select. Yeah, type, none. It's fine for now. What we'll do is, let's see. Actually, no, it's not fine. It's not. What we'll set it to be is, well, we could maybe do, how can we do this? Item select icon. Right now it takes dish and flavor. What I'm thinking is, and what I don't know of as well, is how you can set the types. That's why I have the icon type, because it has dish and flavor as two guys in between. But I don't like how it's outside. It's a dish flavor icon type, and then there's the flavor type. It sounds like it shouldn't be two of them. It sounds like there should be one of them. What I'm thinking is, in our item select icon name, our var icon is going to be an item. Yeah, an item. And then let's see. Yep, item icon. Item, and you there. Ooh, actually, that won't work. Never mind. Our icon holder should hold two different icons, I think. Would be a little bit better. So our icon select, we could then make you our flavor icon, dish icon. Delete you. Instead, we'll have our flavor and dish. So flavor, and that is going to be our flavor sprite. Flavor item, scene. There you go into our icon holder. And then we'll also have our dish. And then from there, let's see. Dish scene, like that there. That could possibly work. And return, how's my banana army? Non-existent. Non-existent 0. And close your eyes? Yeah, close your eyes. It's okay. From here, we can then set the sprite depending on what it is. I'm thinking that could possibly work. We can scale this guy up to be what it needs to be in that area there. And then we have the flavor icon and transform. Make sure the scale is about the same. So this guy's about 4.81. So make you 4.81. So let's see, scale 4.81. And your position is also not correct. Let's just move you down to where you should be. And then we have, let's see. Oh, that's a dish. We don't want dish. We want product. 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 And hi. What do you mean stop? Oh, what else? I'm probably committing something very illegal. I would not be surprised. Not one bit. Product icon, no. Product item. Yeah, you'd go there. Possibly. And let's see. Transform. And now we set you to here. But I'm open to suggestions. Well, ones I could do in a reasonable time. Right there. Criminal scum. Stop right there. Let's go into our product icon here. Make sure you're set to something we can see. Be back here, go back here. Set your position to 375 apparently. And set you to here. There you are. Okay. And now we'll hide both of these guys. Show this guy here. And now what we can say is icon type. Yeah. And depending on which one it is, it'll be the one that we use. And it should be fine from there, I think. Because we won't need an item index anymore. That's good. We won't need you. We also don't need to know, or we might have to. We'll see. Flavor icon. Well, we know we don't need those sprite 2Ds. We have icon holder. We don't need icon holder either. That's not a thing I think we need. We just need to set these guys. And Flamingo at work. Hi, I'ma do it. Welcome to stream. I mean, it is work to do code and stuff, but hopefully it can be the fun type of work. If work's not usually fun. And save the banana, save the world. That's not true, Zero. Not one bit. Lies, I say. Lies. What we'll do is then say, let's see. And does this have, or deterministic multiplayer? What do you mean, Busy? Could you elaborate a little bit? Let me see here. Access, and then access here, there. Okay, and then you, and drag and drop you. If you mean in my game, if my game is going to have multiplayer? No. I have heard multiplayer is pain, and that there's a difference. I see. Got ya. We have flavor item. We'll go ahead and do dot show. And then you here. And then we'll also do product icon dot show. like that, and that should work there. However, we're going to need the type. And as far as the type is concerned, now we're gonna need a little bit of something. And this is where the separation would come into play here. So item select icon, and it's going to take in a certain icon to select. What if our item select icon just exports an item you put into it, or maybe input into it? I think there's a way to do this, possibly. Okay, let me see if writing it out will make it easier for my mind to understand. So let's go into concepts here and see if we can map things out, because I'm speaking a lot, but I keep forgetting what I'm saying. So let's see here. Let's go into about here, and then go here. Okay. So in my game, how it currently works is you open up a screen, and the screen has icons for you to select objects off of. And it depends on what the icon is or what the screen's set to. So for example, there is currently flavor, Flavor, and there's currently product. So let me just copy this here and let's just do product. Product. Product, you go here. Product. Product. There's flavor and product. And depending on the type is the one it sets. And I'm thinking, instead, what if we just give it an item to say what it holds instead? So instead of flavor product and it swapping between the two in terms of type, what if we just toss it in there? Let's see, type here, type T-Y-P-E, type, and you can see item select icon, and then the icon has the item holder and flavor type, things of that nature. So what I'm thinking is we can just import instead. So this guy just has, or not import, but depending on the type, we can just make an inheritance, or not inheritance. Initialize. That's the word I'm looking for. So this icon holder will initialize, create whatever item we need for the icon. I think that's the best bet. So what I'm thinking is, go back to here. This item select icon is populating our item select screen. Let's see, item select screen. Item screen, can I get my item screen? Okay, let's search it through here. Item screen. And oh, close you there. Yup, and go to cafe, interactables, game objects, bookshelf, item select icon. Yeah, what are we seeing in bookshelf here? It should be some sort of screen. Interactable. Ooh, names are off. I don't like that guy. And what's the drawing at? Concepts, like the thought. And I can do as well, FAQ there. If you see a program I'm using that it should be able, or you should be able to get it off of that. And is this Go? Nope, this is GDScript. I believe Go is a coding program, but I'm right now using Godot, and I'm using GDScript, the programming language. And why are you not using MS Paint? MS Paint doesn't give me the same feels. It's also, well, yeah, it doesn't give me the same feels. The neat part about concepts is you can use different brushes, you can use different sizes. It's flexible, and it feels like a nice infinite canvas for any of my thoughts that I may ever have in the future. And 3D Paint's better. Easy. Where we are. I'm lost. Okay. We're back. We're good. And she didn't work. Oh boy. Let's see. Saving this here, right? And 2D better than 3D. And I did read that. Good. Okay. Saying that, let's see. If dish type, item select icon, and then we have our product item. Customer, we don't need you. Bookshelf, you have a type associated with you. Yeah, you are either an icon dish or item flavor. And depending on your type, we open. And what does opening do? We open it with the type and self. Yeah, okay. Instead, I think something else. And it is composition. You put class inside a class, and your class holder controls lifetime of inner class, and then there's also aggregation when lifetime isn't controlled. Composition does sound right. I think it was isn't controlled by holder. Yeah, I do like the idea of composition, or maybe it's not what I'm thinking of. I don't like the idea of inheritance. I like the idea of composition. I think that's the difference. Let's see. So we have bookshelf. Don't need cookbook at the moment. We have dish. We don't need dish. We have flavor. Don't need flavor. We need flavor icon. Item. Yes. Item manager. Don't need you for right this second. Item select. Yes. Player. No. Product. Good. Okay. and it don't need flavor right now. We'll add it back. Don't you worry, I'ma do it. That's a good name. So let's see. Bookshelf here. Bookshelf opens depending on the type. So this is why I'm thinking instead we do @export_var and we set it as not, well, it's still type, but it's @export_var, and instead it's going to be wherever we set it up as the, what is that, the node of the bookshelf. So let's see, type, icon, how can we do this? Okay, go into, if I go into the game, cafe game here, 2 bookshelves, 1 bookshelf for one thing, 1 shelf, bookshelves for the other thing, and what, coffee? I so wish. Coffee makes me sleepy. Can you imagine how many things I could get done if I took coffee? I have coffee right here, but it's more relaxing than anything. It's a shame. It is a pure shame. If only, I wish. I've even tried the really intense, like 3x strong, and do you? I'm not quite too sure, insane. Oh boy. Let's see. Saying that, let's go back into here. And no, I just think wait, I don't know. I've been asked that before, but I don't know. So let's see. Back into here, item here. Okay. When we look at our bookshelf, the bookshelf opens up a screen, and they say if making you sleepy. Yep, I have heard that before because I think it has to do with dopamine and something along the lines of dopamine something. But it also, it tends, but it's not 100%. And me waiting on my paperwork delivery so I can get my caffeine fix. Let's see. If I go into my screens here, so let's see, customer, close you, we don't need you. Game objects, no, we're looking for our screens. Managers, where are my screens at? Tabletop, game objects, screen. Where are my screens? Managers, game state manager, screens, found ya. Didn't think I would, did ya? Interactable select screen. There's only 1 interactable select screen. Maybe we have 2 interactable select screens, but I don't think it's a direct link, something about how the brain processes, so yeah. Most likely, yeah. And I don't even know how to get here. I just smoked a bowl and have been working on a container for a little bit, and why is this in the background apparently? Hi, Juice! Welcome into refactoring, reprogramming, restructuring. I hope you have fun with your container, as that's kind of what we're doing at the moment, figuring out our containers and our UI and spawning and icons and things of that nature, but I hope you like it around here at the very least, even if your intention wasn't to be here in the first place. And I did that. Good. I think we're good. Okay, interactable select screen. What I'm thinking is, instead of it being that, because we have current type, none, and bookshelf, I'm thinking what we can do is duplicate this guy. Instead, you are going to be dish item select screen, like that. And then we're going to be rename, and you're going to be flavor, or not dish, it's going to be product. Flavor, 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 item, select, screen. We'll do 2 screens. That should hopefully make it a little bit easier. Dish, and then you are product. 2 screens. I did 1 screen and then alternated between screens, but I think this might be better overall, just because it's simpler. When you start combining things start overlapping, and then it gets crazy. So let's see, current type, none. Yeah, okay. So we'll go into you here, and that's where we're at with our interactable select screen. Right now there's a flavor select screen and a dish select screen. So we're going to need a type, we're going to need to export these guys, and that's where we're here. Set icons, yeah, okay. And if, depending on the icon select, yep, okay. So instead what we'll do is we'll get in an array and we'll set the type, I guess, so, or rather set icons. Do we want to make this a 1 function, or do we want to make it set flavor icon, set dish icon? We could do some duplication. Don't like it, but it is an option. But what I'm thinking is we do set icon, and then you would grab current level items for levels, or you would grab the flavors. That's what this is doing right now. This is how it's creating all of the item select icons. So we're already creating them right here, right now, which is great. And then we do dish grid add child, and then we set the icon. These are how everyone's getting populated. The new item select, and we would do it for both. What I'm thinking instead is we have set icons, depending on the type. So what we'll do is do an @var, I think. And then we'll do @export_var, and then we'll say item type. Or you know what, we'll call it item, and then item. There we are. And juicer? What do you mean? And let's see. Item here, copy here. And yeah, okay. Export var item. And from here, what we'll do instead is just do blank function for now. I don't know what it's going to be called. Func, we'll do test, and then you, and then you, and you, and you void, and then you. There we go. Okay, void here. And then our item. And what we'll grab is item and say, it's going to be whatever array we give it. I think that's a good idea. We'll give it, well, depending on the item, we'll give it an array. So it's going to be an array of something. And I'll do here, let's see, level data, something like that. And like a back and front and applet container so I can get the stuff to work up, I think. Let's see. So test. And then from here, we will do for flavor. And then, yeah, for, let's see, our new item. And yeah, new item. And let's see, new item, item type. Let's do that instead. Item type. Yeah, item type. And then back in our test, for new item. And then let's see, this guy here, that's the level data. For new item in level data. So we'll go through each in the level data. We'll make a new item select icon, an item select icon. And we're going to need to set the type of this item select icon. And here's where it becomes a little bit tricky. So our item select icon is a thing. And then we'll also need to set the type depending on these guys. So everything cascades down to the next level. But I don't think there is a direct, oh, I did that. Good. Okay. And then from here, we instantiate the item select icon. Then we add it as our child, but it doesn't need to be flavor grid because we no longer have a flavor select screen. No longer do we have a flavor grid. We're now going to have it a little bit differently. So what I'll do is I will delete you, just screen, as we won't need it anymore. And
Woju 111 just followed.
Is it we'll see you? Maybe. You can tell me how close I got. I can try again, but thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Welcome to pain, tragedy, sadness. Welcome in. So let's see here. We have a select screen instead. Item select screen. Item. And by the way, you can use tab containers to swap between parallel UIs. Just turn off tab buttons and set background to alpha 0. I have never heard of that before, Mardar, but I can certainly take a look, as if I can make things easier on myself, I would love to, as I feel like much of the time I'm making it very hard, and I want to get better at going the easy route. I don't need to make everything complicated. So I'll save your comment, that way I can look at things after stream and say about that, as that does sound like a good idea. Alpha 0. Yeah, I have hid stuff before with Alpha 0. You mean with the modulate, these guys here. I've used them before, and turn off tab buttons. Yeah, what I usually do is I hide it, but I'm trying for something a little bit different, so it's not all in one spot. So we have for new level and level data, then we'll take in flavor grid, add child, select item, yep, new item select icon, and then we set the icon, and what we'll do here is we'll take in, let's see, flavor for new item. We'll do this here, and then we'll also do, let's see, new item. That should be fine. New item right then and there. I think that works out. And then we'll do set icons for you here. And then we'll do you, remove you. And the set icon should work out a little bit better. And current bookshelf, and you guys there. Still a few more things to modify. And the issue is also, well, when you do these big changes, things are bound to break. You want to do small changes so that you can save them in between. You don't have to go too far back. I saved right before stream started, but right now, everything's broken. Everything is so broken, but I'm hoping by the end of this, it won't be as much spaghetti as it used to be. We have here our item grid instead. And then we have on here, let's see, item select screen, item grid, flavor select screen. Yeah, and current bookshelf. So we'll do you, item grid, you here, and then we'll do you here, item grid, and item select screen. Yeah, since you're already there, item select screen, and current bookshelf. Now, why are you angry? You're angry because bookshelf is not doing the bookshelfy thing. That's okay. Bookshelf for here, what we'll do is we'll have, and I'm thinking type. And interesting, wouldn't it be cluttery this way though? Perhaps, for a chance, I wouldn't know though. Bookshelf, and we have the sprite of the bookshelf. And the idea is that depending on the type, the bookshelf sprite changes. And that's why I have the bookshelf know what type it is. And on open select, we have self for now. I'll go ahead and remove that. And from here, I think it's okay for it to be icon.type. Icon.type though. Okay. Do we do more so? Well, icon.type. It might be okay to do bookshelf.type or something of the sorts. So again, we're running into the situation of icon.type, bookshelf.type, type.type, many types. So let's see if we go here to save in our sprite. I'm thinking we can have, what can we do? What can we do? An array. Array wouldn't work. Dictionary might not work either. Type to type. And not really, you just select index card, what you want to use at the moment. Interesting. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here and export var type. For now, we'll do icon.type. I think it's okay to do that here. I don't mind doing that here. Type equals icon.type, and we'll set it equal to icon.type dish. We can certainly, another time, redo these guys here, but for now, we'll modify that. And for these player entered admit, could not resolve open item select. So what we have to do is go into this, Control Shift F to find it in all of our script. Then we go into Unity, it's or utility itself, this signal right here. And instead, we only need the bookshelf. Bookshelf's the only important guy we need. So we'll save the bookshelf. And then we can do connect. And on this activate, let's see here. On activation, if the current bookshelf is the bookshelf we're looking for, then we can go ahead and do things. Let's see, yeah. If current bookshelf is not equal to, and if is active return. And we do these guys here. I think that'll be fine. But what about different actions? One of you might add objects. Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true. Let's see. So current type equals item grid for type, grid high. We don't have to do any of that. Let's see. This is currently our select screen. So current type, nope. And we don't have to do this either. And we just have to say player tried activating using menu. And grid to parent type current show. Yep. I think that's fine. Grid to parent. What are you? You get used everywhere, so you're fine. And type to grid current type, get child focus. Yeah, okay. This might need to be modified too. And we have here our temporary dictionary parent. Okay, and you are interactable select screen. Yeah, we'll be back for you. We'll be back. Right now, bookshelf. Bookshelf, type, dish, or flavor. Okay, this is fine. I think there's also a way to clip what items you can use or can't use, possibly. Let's see. Godot 4, enum, and I think you can do range. Let's see, at export. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it, and that would make things a lot easier if we could do a certain range. Let's see, at export underscore range, possibly like that could work. So let's see, and it's all about needs and design. Yeah, that's the thing, there's so many solutions. It just depends on what you need. An export underscore var range, I think like that. And then you here, and then we can do icon.type because, oh, nope, wrong guy. Excuse me. We need export here in our bookshelf. Bookshelf. There we are. And then icon type. I think I can do export range like this. Oh, export range. And then I think I can do icon type dot dish. Is this possible? Dot dish. And then let's see. Valid argument should be float. Ooh. Okay. I don't know if that works, or maybe I'm not. Oh, that's also a comma. Hold on. Dish, icon.type, dish, yeah. Like that? Does that work? Export range needs multiple. So we have icon type dish or icon.type flavor. Does that work? Flavor. And you ever watch Doug streams? Those are really fun code and game hybrids. I will put that on the recommendations. The name does ring a bell though. D-O-U-G. Thank you for that one. Yeah, certainly does ring a bell. Okay, let's see. You here. But that gives us 1 or 2, and I don't like that. Yeah, limit enum export, possibly. But for now, it's okay. I just want to see if we can get this working since we have about 20-ish minutes left. So for now, we'll risk it for the moment as game's super broken. But it's also super broken as a live patch. I can go back to an earlier patch, which I might have to do for now, many for nows, as I want to see if I can figure this out as soon as possible, but we'll see. There's always that thing of seeing and trying. Okay, we'll say see it. We'll set you here, set you there, and close you here. And yeah, like Hellcode on stream some game mod like every other time on stream, bear spawn in Skyrim's chat will troll. I see. Let's see. You here. Okay. Temp dictionary. Okay. Flavor grid. What are you? What are you doing here? temporary dictionary, panel container, penal. Let's see. No more pain here. And then grid to parent, type to parent. Yeah, don't need you. Flavor grid, dish grid, don't need you as well. And let's go back to, let's see, interactable select screen, and then copy the item grid, copy you, or nope, we're good. Item grid, yep, we're good, okay. And then from here, temporary dictionary, item to grid, icon type, nope, don't need any of you. The good news is we're also removing a lot. So we're cleaning things that I didn't even think we were gonna I didn't even think we were gonna get to, but we are. And I did read that, good, okay. So enable, disable, close menu. If current bookshelf is not you, then you are not that one. We also assign the bookshelves to make sure they're functional. And then from there, set icons. We do set icons, flavor grid.add. You are now just item grid. There we are. So item grid.add, new child. And close menu, from type to type, we close is active. And then we do for type and type to grid. Nope, we just should be able to hide. Oh, also, set is active to false. Like that. That should be fine. And then from there, we can go ahead and save you and go back into our activate. And then for this guy here, we shouldn't have to do any of that. What we should be able to do is just do our item grid dot focus. And then, let's see. I think that'll work for now. And then that's our interactable select screen. It should be good to go. Now what we have to do is make sure our item grid dot add child and our set icon is correct. So we take that new item, the idea of the new item. From here, we check to make sure it is of its origin, it's a correct type. And if type is dish type, elif, yeah, okay. So now, if our type, for example, happens to be product, what happens? What are we doing here? And this is where other things come into play. So what I'm thinking is we do flavor.item show, product.item show. Yeah, and what we'll do is do product.item dot, and we should be able to do set type, and we do type. Or we do flavor item dot set type underscore set type and do type like that. I think that should work. And check export enum. Sure. At export enum. Godot 4. Let's see. At export enum. Never heard of that one. That's neat. Enum. Yep. At export var. At export enum. Exporting enums. Export properties. At export enum. Where are we at? Godot. Let's see. Export directory. Export files. Limiting editor. Range. Let's see. Control F. At export underscore enum. Aha! If you do at export enum, properties can be exported with a type hit referencing the enum to limit their values to values. Ooh, I think that is what I'm looking for, TP. Thank you. Let's see. So I think what it would be is then at export underscore enum var, and then it would be the icon types. So something like that there, var, and then it's going to be, let's see, you there, and then, oh, maybe it's not. Another thing equals -1. Ooh. I might have to read that in a little bit more detail, but I'll keep it on my tab second page. That should hopefully make things a little bit easier. Okay. So down here to our, let's see. Since this guy is no longer a thing, go ahead and remove you. Icon should now be set. And we also need the name. So, we'll also change the name of this icon selector. Yeah, flavor item. You should be fine. I think you're fine. And for here, get item name. So match type. Yeah. All we need to do is do return item name string icon. Where are we using get item name at? Item name equals get item name. No, we shouldn't have to do that. All we should have to do is get the icon's type or something of the sorts. We have on here our item, let's see, get item name equals, let's see, item, yeah, item string item, and then match type. And then we use the item name here, get item name, and then we send the item name out and try spawning item for player. We set the name of the item. Yeah, okay. What we'll do instead is get item name, and we will match it like what we did here and see if type is, type is, yeah, this should be fine. If type is UU, so match type, and then we'll set it up for being icon type. Yep, that's also good. And then we have icon type flavor, icon type. Then we'll set it to have, let's see. It'll be flavor, and then we'll set it to space, and then you can do plus, and then flavor.type, find key, item index. Ooh, okay. What we'll do is we'll grab our product.item, flavor.item. Yeah. We'll grab our flavor.item, you there, yeah. Flavor.item, dot, and then we'll do type, like that. And then for you here, we'll do the same, but it'll be not dish. It should be product. We'll keep it a dish for now. I can change that product later, but it should be also product. Product dot, hold on, product item dot type, and then it'll be product. And then
NSB subscribed on YouTube.
Let me grab that name. We have NSB, maybe? Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, and welcome to stream. Welcome to Refactoring. I'm breaking many things. Let's see, PRODUCT, product. And then we have return item, and this should be good to go. Item name, we'll also do item name. I think that's a little bit easier to understand. Item name, and then we'll copy you. And actually, we should be able to just set the item name, I believe, if type, we're still checking for the different types, but this might be the best we can do for the moment. So return item name. And then from here, we take the item name, var item name, get item name, and item names used in both of these areas, and try spawning item for player, item index, yeah. We don't need item index anymore. Now let's go ahead and grab this guy here. Now that we have item, and it should set it, then item name Bob, Steve, Jim. Let's go ahead and do fine. And when this emits, this guy connects. So we can go back into here and, first go to utility. We have an icon type, item name, item index. Yeah, these guys are gonna need to be changed, but let's check our connects first. So in our item manager, we try spawning the item for player. And this is player tried to spawn blank, has been given blank. Yeah, okay. And then what we need to do is we need to take in the thing we want to spawn. Create item, item type, index. Oh man, there's tons of ideas. Okay, for now, I think it should be okay, possibly. We can do item index, because as long as we don't select the item, I think we're fine. So I'll do item name, and then just do 1 for here. For now, I don't know, signals, it reminds me of... Oh, TB. You don't want to say, oh no, signals yet. I didn't give you a reason to say, oh no, signals. Now you can say, oh no, signals. Now it is appropriate to say it, as I know, this is one of the reasons why I'm refactoring. A lot of these are dead signals from very dead and old code. One day we'll get through those and clean them up. I hope. If I click play, are we good? Are you gonna crash? Okay. So far, no crash. Let's go into you here. You go into you here. And then we get into you here. Yep. Okay. And then levels. Okay. We have some debugs. What are you angry about? Let's see. Error from signature initialize managers. Oh.
Eniobin Heavy Industries just followed.
Ooh. Eniobin Heavy Industries? Possibly. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. Welcome to pain and agony. Let's see. Initialize managers, and hello. Welcome to stream. Let's see. Initialize managers .emit. Yes. And let us go back into cafe here, and on our product icon, we can now tell it the type. An item, current type, yeah. You don't need to know the type. You just need the item type as that guy. So what we can go ahead and do is we should be able to remove current type, like that. That should just be the thing we can do. And then from there, current bookshelf will be assigned, and item type will be assigned. And from here, and here's this Pain Emporium. The name of the game is Pain. Suffering. Agony. Let's see here. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and drag and drop our item, and we'll grab our flavor item for our flavor item select. So you should be able to go here, and why can you not go there? Oh, they have to be in-game nodes. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like you one bit, but it's okay. It's nothing like we haven't done before. If I just go ahead and just drag you there, and then we'll flavor icon, you go there, flavor item. Yep. And where are you at? Where's your location? You're visible now? Or flavors. Yeah. Flavor icon. Where are you at? Are you hidden? I think you're fine. We just need the reference. Possibly. What I'll do for now is I will remove this guy. That way, let's see. Tutorial dish, yeah. Tutorial dish is already in here. Flavor item. And then we have also our product item. And we'll make these just over here. They don't have to be anywhere else. They're just meant to be references to the game. And let's see. There's also @export node or something like that, if that's what you mean. I have, or who was it? Oh, export node. Ooh. What's that? @export node. Godot 4 @export node. Godot 4 @export node. What does that do? Let's see. @export node. Export annotation allows variables. Let's see. We can try. If that works better than this, I'll be happy. And pain and agony? Is this game dev or art in general? Yes. Yes. Oh boy, let's see. Let's go back into, let's see. You here, you're saying I can do export node? And I see, yeah. Let's see, you, do item type. So you're saying I can do export node, like that? I see export path. I don't see export node though. That might not be a thing, TB. Let me go into you here. Okay. And then on our flavor item select, now we can add our flavor item. And then for our flavor item, product item. There we go, product item. There, and a pain is assured, but not always welcome. Export var node type. Hold on, let's see. At export var node, like this. And then node type, so item, like that. The member of node shadows a native class. Node variable name, node 2D, node variable name. Oh, I'm a little lost. Export var node type. Export var node variable name, node 2D. The node 2D would be this guy, right? Because this is the node we want. The node variable name. Will this be like test? Ooh. I say, export is not what I'm doing though. Export var. That looks that looks like what I'm doing. This is what I already have. Unless it's something different. And let's see. I'll remove that there. Save you here. And then from there, let's see. Okay. Item U. And when you give a node type to an exported variable, it can automatically suggest you nodes of that type. Yeah, it's not in the scene. That was the thing. I thought it could select from the files. I was looking for it to grab from the files. You would have to have an object in the scene. So that's why I've added them to the scene, so I can then put them in there. Well, yeah, I can put them into the nodes to reference, as some games do that, where they have objects off screen that you can reference. That's why I'm not too opposed to doing this. It's not too much of a friction. And it can select from the files if it's a resource. Ooh. When you give a node type to an exported variable, it can select files if it's a resource. Oh. These guys certainly aren't resources, but I have done resources before. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Much more sense than I thought. Okay, we have you, and you are going to be you. And then current bookshelf, we'll need to go over to our bookshelves here. Oh, hold on. Bookshelf. And then we go to our bookshelf. So, bookshelf, and where are we at with bookshelves? You are bookshelf 1 and bookshelf 2. You are going to be our product bookshelf, and then you are going to be our flavor bookshelf. Bookshelf, like that. And what was the other person on YouTube saying you needed to do? And I'm so confused. Oh no, TB, that's never good. I'm trying my best to explain as I go, but the issue is it's getting really complicated, and I'll be honest, I'm a little confused myself. I'm just trying to remember what the errors are saying. For example, it's not able to initialize the icons because these guys on the side were empty. So what we need to do is make sure these guys aren't empty. That's what the focus is right now. We can figure out the export in names. I can also save these comments as well, as those guys would help with making things easier to see. They're not certainly requirements, and thank you as well for explaining them, all 3 of you. So let's see, product bookshelf, this is product item. We assign this guy to bookshelf, and then we go ahead and grab our flavor item. So this guy here, and we assign it to our flavor bookshelf. That guy there. From there, I believe it is, we're good. Save that. Click on play. Let's try and run it again. My hope is that we can at least get the screen selection working. That would be nice. And what are you here? Local function type is already shadowing. Oh, yeah, type, I see. New type. And then we have type equals new type. There you go. Okay. Happy now? If type is dish. Oh, hold on. Dish type, icon type. Yep, okay. Expression icon type, so it can't be icon.type. Oh, new type. Oh, I see. Okay. Type, new type. Yeah. So what are you? Where do you show up? You show up in many places. Okay. But I don't think this is needed. I think. Right? And then you are then now type. And then you can get removed. Okay. And then you are matching type to type.flavor. Okay. All right. In that case, we'll remove what we had. Like that. And we'll make you instead icon type. There we go. That should hopefully bring a little bit more clarity. And you can do export variable thing packed scene to have it accept any scene from files. No idea if you can make it more specific though. Oh, that's neat. You can export packed scene variables. I do know you can't add nodes to resources. That was a thing I found out the sad way. And I'll show you in a second what I mean a little bit in more detail. You have you there, and ads already? Oh no. Okay, hold on. Type you there. Yep. Okay. For example, in my wizard profile. All right, customer profiles. I wanted to take in a node. This is a resource. This guy right here, customer profile. Ideally, I wanted it to take in a node resource, but because Godot doesn't allow you to export nodes or scenes with this, I had to grab the UID. So I saved the UID as a string to reference the node I'm trying to point towards too. And I don't like the feel of it, but it seems to be the only way I can accomplish what I'm looking for, because you can't do an export of a node in a resource, which sounds weird. And we'll have the ads do their ad thing, and then we'll see about where we're at in terms of functioning process. And wait, what? Yeah, hold on. I'll show you what I mean. Well, you won't be able to see because the ads. So I'll wait for you to come back. I just realized. Let's see. You're there. Okay. And then you here. Okay. When you come back, I'll show you. I just realized the major error of my mistakes. Let me get some water too. Water is always so nice and tasty. And I believe you can do something like variable example node type, preload resource or UID path to node, instantiate as node type. This is getting into some category, some territory that I don't quite know of. It's also a little bit hard to see because of the text being super squished on my screen. But I think I kind of understand what you're saying. At least the packed scene part, the scenes, instantiation, I've done that before. I've also done preloading, but I don't think it would allow you to change it from the editor. No, hold on. Are you still here, Paula? Or did the ads hit you? I can't tell, and I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here. Oh, thank you for being here, Amma. Yes, this stuff can certainly be confusing, so just having someone to talk to so that it's not in the walls. And I'm still here, don't worry. Okay, good. In that case, what I wanted to do for this resource is I wanted to say instead, let's see, where are we at? Resource. Okay, I wanted to do @export var and then do mancer, or let's see, sprite, and then I would want to do mancer. But you can't do this. Oh, mancer sprite, like that. You can't do that. I was surprised. You can't export a, let's see, node. Yeah, in a resource, nodes can't be exported, which I was just surprised about. So instead, I grab the UID of the node I want to grab and do it that way instead, as that seems to be the workaround I found. And or am I in your imagination? Zero, you're real. Oh, you're real. You're real. I say you're real. Let's see. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here, and I just want to see if we can get the icons to show up. Not even spawn them, just show up. Get some partial clarity going on here, and let me get some tea as well. It's peach flavored and it tastes tasty. I thought I wouldn't like the flavor, but you know, it's growing on me. But since we have like 30 seconds left, let's do a little bit of a stretch. Sort of going to the left, go a little bit to the right, Then you want to come back a little bit. Want to go front a little bit, make sure no bones are being broken. We'll tilt our head to the left a little bit. Maybe hold it for a few seconds here. And then tilt the right. Did you hear the snap? My body is very fragile, I tell you. Not in the bones, so no, she's a deer. I'm surprised you can hear it. And you were faking, there's no one at 0. Stop, this is absurd. And goes limp. Welcome back from the ad. Oh boy, let's see here. Okay, error should be fixed now. Let's go ahead and click on play. I just want to see if we can get the icons working. And what does the Mancer Sprite node represent? Another workaround for the plugin I'm using. I don't know if you were here earlier, Paula. How I explained it is that the Mancer Sprite, if we go into customers, for example, this is what my customer consists of. And this sprite is not a sprite. It is a class, and it is called the Mancer Sprite class. And if I click on my Mancer, you can see, if I click on Mancer Sprite is a sprite in an animation player. And the reason I'm separating them like this is because then I can have a sprite files that have the sprite animations, and I don't have to worry about importing and exporting sprite sheets, since anytime I edit one of these, the sprite file itself, it'll allow me to do it. So what I'm doing for the customers, at least, is I'm importing a sprite for each of the customer types. And I'm as real as $3 bill. If you believe 0, anything can exist. So let me go ahead and click on play here. And nailed it. Let's see. I mean, TB, you just added them. So how do I know you're not making things up as well? Let's go into no one spawns, and we still have a few debugs. So let's see. Interactable select screen initialize. Error from calling signal. Yeah, I've never heard that one before. Error from calling signal. That's a new one. Let's see. Emit. What are we doing here? Initialize managers. Control-Shift-F. Where are we using you at? .connect, set icons, and .connect, register targets. Initialize managers. Initialize managers.connect. Task, screen, utility. And let's see. You could just save the Mancer data as a method that creates the instance of Mancer Sprite. Give the data. Those are a lot of things I'm not understanding. You could save the Mancer data and have a method that creates an instance. The thing is, and it's also, as I said before, because of the plugin I use, for the plugin, it connects to an animation player, and it only, I can't figure out a way for, you can't really see it, hold on. Let me just slide on over. This guy, I can't figure out how to use the plugin in code. But in order to import and export and assign all the animation players, because that's what this is doing, this sprite is connected to this animation player. So when I'm in my files and I'm looking up different animations or trying to use different animations, it automatically does it. I don't know how to do it in code. So I don't think what you're suggesting would be possible, as the reason why I had to make multiple sprites for them in here as a Mancer sprite scene is because I couldn't reassign the animation player depending on the sprite image itself. And TV is a double banana agent. Evil, I say evil. So let's see here. Debugger here. We are looking for our, hold on, initialize managers. Okay. In canvas layer, callable. Error calling from signal to callable. Method expected 1 argument but called 0. Oh, hold on. Initialize manager. Where are we calling 1 argument at? And I'll take a look at it because it seems wonky. Sure, Pala. The plugin I'm using is called a sprite wizard. If that helps at all. I wanted to have a way to add these sprites on demand in code, so only link to the file, but I couldn't figure it out. I tried, but my knowledge went beyond my ideas and just be OOT again. What's OOT? And let me go ahead and close you. It says it's expecting set icons. Yeah, Control-Shift-F. Set icons. ICONS. Set icons. Find. Where are we using you at? Connect, and then we have level data. Oh, okay. Initialize managers. I see. Okay, instead then we'll have to do a little bit of a different guy, as our set icons requires level data. And for that guy, how can we do you? I understand what it's saying though. For interactable select screen, it's more so going to be the case that we have to say set icons for certain things. So what we'll do is say, we'll grab the icon. We can't even grab the icon type. If is active. If is loaded, maybe, or oh, that's tricky. Icon, item type, item? Okay. That might be something I just have to think about. An ocarina of time. Oh, I see. Oh, do you mean you just beat it? Beated it? I think that's the word. Did you just beat it? If so, congratulations. I haven't tried it before, but I've heard good things about it. Okay. The issue is now our level data isn't working correctly because we have this guy here that's super random, but this interactable select screen has not been updated. And on this activate and this current bookshelf and these guys here, so it might just take some messing around, and I don't mind doing it. We are at the 4-hour mark. So what I think I'll do is I'll take a break, go take a walk to get my mind out a little bit of mush mode and look at this with fresh eyes. As if you're struggling, it is very important to make sure you're taking breaks to make sure your mind is in the right place of mind. So we'll go back into here. And actually, I do have one thing to say. If any of you are pixel artists, I have some fun news for next week. I have some fun news for next week. No breaks. Gotta keep the mind into the ground. I'll bring you into the screen I'm thinking about. Once a month, at the start of every month, what we do is we draw on a big canvas. And every 20 minutes, the theme of it changes. So we draw pixel art, all of us together draw, and every 20 minutes, the theme changes. If I go into here, and I go into, let's see, you here, and I bring you into this guy here. So on my website here, you should be able to see, if I go down here, community art. And the idea is that whether you're great at pixel art or bad at pixel art, it's just a fun time because you don't have to do the theme. You could just draw for the sake of drawing. And we've done this for the past 8 or 9 months now. We've done this for the past 9 months. And at the start of the month, so let's see, it'll probably be next month, a Friday. Yeah, and I'm always excited for the community art streams. Me too. It'll be next Friday. We'll all draw on a big canvas and each of it'll change. And you can see these are previous ones we've done. And I'm super excited. I always enjoy it. So next week won't be a pixel art study stream since we spend all month studying. Now we're gonna have fun for a little bit. Just fun chatting and drawing and whatever your heart's desire. And yeah, touching grass and all. Grass is important. Saying that though, I'm going to continue working on refactoring this week and also working it next week as I don't think I'll be able to finish everything in 1 week. Let me bring you back into this guy here. And it can't be, if I can't be the best, I most certainly can be the worst. I'm quite tolerable, Zero. Let me go ahead and do this here. If you'd like to catch me working on the game during the week or get any latest updates for the game itself, consider joining the Discord, as that's where I give people notifications. I also have a little mini devlog on Discord too. So if that is of your interest, consider joining the Discord. Consider joining the Discord there. Saying that though, if you're on Twitch, many considerates here. Consider sticking around. I want to see if we can find a Godot game dev to raid, as it's always super fun raiding new people and finding new developers. So, any words? Yeah. Okay, I think I'm good. On YouTube side of things, so that'll be it for me. And again, I'll go to the end screen and then come back on Twitch. So I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I hope you all have a good week. I hope to see you next week, if not sooner. And I'll see you later. Bye-bye.